Welcome to Experimental, the science show where men dance with robots and eat on the toilet. Later on, we'll be switching off this man's brain, finding out why this man wants to replace pilots with rat brain cells, and we'll attempt to break a world record by making ice cream in under 18.78 seconds. But first, let's dance. Ah, what grace, what style, what beauty. It can only be ballroom dancing, Experimental's all-time favourite way of moving about to classical music. But like so many things in life, it's not much fun on your own. And when all the ladies are taken, even the great Fred Astaire would be left twiddling his thumbs. Well, thank God we're in Japan, because help is close at hand for those left behind by the pretty girls. Here amidst the beautiful Japanese mountains, robotics experts have rustled up a girl who just can't say no. She's a full-sized waltzing robot with the catchy name of PBDR, or Partner Ballroom Dance Robot. Part Marilyn Monroe, part Mickey Mouse, and just a hint of the Terminator. She's the brainchild of this man, Professor Kazuhiro Kasuge, from the University of Tohoku.
This robot is called Pinky, and this is Blue. They're partner ballroom dance robots. They were designed to waltz with male dance partners. The robot moves with 3 specially designed wheels that allow them to move anywhere on a flat surface. Also, around the waist, there's a force sensor that measures the force applied to the upper arm. Using this sensor, the robot can predict the sort of movements the partner would like to do, allowing them to move with the partner.
Like all dancers, Pinky needs to get in the mood to perform at her best. So we decided to set the ambience with a little light, a little smoke, and of course, a handsome partner. This is Takeda, a research assistant at the university. He had to take dancing lessons to help with the development of the robot, and he's the only man that Pinky moves her gears for. Waltzing involves improvisation around a number of set moves. For the robot to follow Takeda's lead, she has to be able to read subtle cues in his body language. In total, she knows 5 different moves and needs to be able to anticipate and react to each one successfully to waltz convincingly. It's all very clever stuff. But Kasuge has more than just ballroom dancing on his mind. Pinky is a showcase for technology that could help the elderly or less mobile. The same hardware that puts her into a world-time spin goes into this, an intelligent walking frame that puts on the brakes when you want to stand up, and can even sense when you're about to take a tumble.
Robots are the only devices that can interact with our environment. So robots are the final, ultimate systems that can physically assist your life. And it's for that reason we are doing our research.
Unfortunately, Pinky is strictly research, so our lonely hearts can only dream of taking her for a spin. But if she were available, would you be tempted?
Humans and robots are fundamentally different, so it might be good for an experience, but I'd have to think twice if I had to dance with a robot forever.
And who could blame him, especially when there are so many pretty girls left to fight for. In a moment, we're off to the laboratories at the University of London to look behind this chap's eyes. But first, let's go and have lunch with Horace in the test department. When Horace is not in the test department labs or accosting women in the name of science, you'll often find him at his desk, writing articles for learned journals. It's a desk like any other, but pride of place is given to Horace's photo of Dr. Charles Gerber. You see, it was Dr. Gerber's seminal work in 2002 on germ counts in the American office that changed Horace's life, leading him to totally re-evaluate his attitude to hygiene. You see, Dr. Gerber showed us that the filthiest place in the average office was the telephone handset, clocking up a score of around 25,000 bacteria per square inch, which explains why Horace is being so careful.
Hello. Hello.
Next up is the desk, with around 21,000 bacteria per square inch, a lot worse than the keyboard and the mouse, which have a population of between 3,300 and 1,700 bacteria per square inch. All of this makes the office a pretty dirty place, which is why when it comes to lunch, Horace likes to have it in the cleanest place in the office. That's right, the toilet seat, which on average has only 49 bacteria per square inch, 400 times cleaner than the desktop. Still to come from the test department, our answer to that vexing question. Will I get wetter if I run or walk in the rain? And our world record attempt. Can we make edible ice cream in less than 20 seconds?
Hello.
We spend 9 days a year doing it. We do it at home, in the office, and even out in public. It's usually over very quickly. And no, it's not sex. It's blinking. Not the subject of cutting-edge scientific research, you might think. Well, you'd be wrong. Believe it or not, no one knows why we blink, but don't notice it. Well, no one knew until this woman came along. Davina Bristow from the Department of Neurology at University College London. She's finally managed to shed light on the mystery.
What we found was that each time you blink, the visual parts of your brain are actually suppressed.
Blinking is like switching on the eye's windscreen wipers. The eyelids wiping away the gunk and grit that would otherwise obscure our view. That, scientists knew. It's why we don't notice ourselves blinking that was the puzzle.
It's actually quite a big interruption to our visual input, because every time you blink, you're basically turning the lights off for about 140 milliseconds, which, if you actually did turn the lights off, would be really, really obvious and you would notice it. And yet somehow this happens every 5 seconds and we don't notice it. And so we're wondering, how is it that we don't notice our blinks and what's going on in the brain?
Davina and her team set out to discover why humans aren't disturbed by these mini blackouts. This is Ian, our volunteer blinker. He's an average guy. Like most of us, he blinks 10 to 15 times a minute. And each blink lasts between 100 to 150 milliseconds. To find out what goes on in his head, other than girls and football, Davina put him in an MRI scanner.
There we go. So just shuffle up a little bit.
Once lying down on a pricey bit of brain probing kit, Davina had to devise a way of seeing if Ian's brain reacted differently if he blinked with the lights on. And that's what this light on a stick is all about. The idea is to stuff it in Ian's mouth so it lights up his eyes from the back. That means when he blinks, the light levels in the eyes will remain the same. Now all we have to do is see what goes on inside his brain. And the results were astonishing.
What we found was that parts of our visual system appear to be sort of shut down or suppressed while we're blinking.
The bits of Ian's grey stuff that turn off are all to do with the visual system. The effect of them turning off means not that things go black, but we're simply not aware that there's been any change from the moment the eyes begin to close to the moment they open again. The eyes close for nearly 1 day a month, 9 days a year. That's around 2 years in a lifetime spent in this semi-conscious state. You might feel a bit annoyed that you're missing so much, but put your mind at ease. You see, this is what you'd see if your brain did not switch off as you blinked. And when you consider we blink 20,000 times a day, it would probably drive us mad.
So, you know, we might ask, what's the point of this? Why do we not want to notice our blinks? Well, if you imagine turning the lights off every 5 seconds for your entire life, that would be incredibly disruptive to your, just everything.
So it seems the old saying is true. Blink, and you really do miss it. Still to come on Experimental, flying rats, erupting water, smashing bananas, and why women love chocolate.
Don't try this at home.
But first, question. Can anyone be bothered to go out and get some milk from the shop in the rain? Nah. But if you were one of our test department demonstrators, the question would have been slightly different. Who will get wetter? The one who runs to the shop or the one who walks? Will the slower one get more on the head but less on the chest, while the fast one will be in the rain less but get a wet tummy? To solve this universal dilemma, we built this device, called the Precipitation Monitor 3000, also known as some sprinklers and a few bits of wood. So here's the experiment. First up, walking through the rain. And here's the result. Using their Moisture Analyzer 3000 machine, the test department found that Horace absorbed 250 millilitres of rain. Now let's see what happens to Horace when he runs through our machine. Go on, fast as you can, lad. After 10 minutes in the moisture analyzer, we find that when running, Horace absorbed only 180 millilitres. Scientific proof, if you need it, that running through the rain keeps you drier. Now, what about that milk? In a moment, we'll be flying high with rat bits and having fun with microwaves. But first, let's cool off.
Hello.
Welcome to the ice cream capital of the world. No, not Italy, Bristol, in the west of England. Because when it comes to making ice cream, physicist Peter Barham from Bristol University has it licked. He scooped the world record for making a litre of ice cream in the shortest possible time. And it's all thanks to one very special ingredient: liquid nitrogen. 18.78 seconds. How cool is that? According to the scientists, ice cream is a mixture of 3 states of matter: solids, liquids, and gas.
The solid is the ice crystals and the fat particles, which also crystalline. Liquid is some of the sugar, which is dissolved in water. A very, very thick mixture, a bit like golden syrup, only much, much, much thicker. And of course, the air, which is the air bubbles, and that makes the gas. So 3 phases all mixed together, and the way in which they mix together makes good ice cream or bad ice cream. So the key ingredients of ice cream are cream, funnily enough, which has got fat particles suspended in water with a bit of sugar dissolved in the water as well. And then a bit more sugar, because we need extra sugar to make it work properly. And that's basically all ice cream mixture is, although you can add flavouring and you can add nuts and chocolate and things, but they don't really have any effect on the physics of ice cream.
The key to making good ice cream is to keep the ice crystals small so you don't notice them in your mouth. And that's where the liquid nitrogen, at an amazing minus 196 degrees Celsius, comes in.
What it would do is make my ice form very quickly, very, very, very small crystals. Which you can see it's gone really cold now, and I've got my ice cream. My ice cream actually has gone so cold that it's actually too cold to eat now, but it'll warm up again to make good ice cream in a minute.
But liquid nitrogen's not just good for making ice cream. If you're mad enough to play with something that can freeze you in seconds, you can have all sorts of fun.
Liquid nitrogen is really, really cold, 196 degrees below 0 Celsius. I'll show you. If you put a banana in there, that boils the nitrogen away. Put some wood over here, and I'll get a nail a moment, and I can take my banana out now, it's cooled down, and we now have actually a split banana, a banana split, very quick way of making one, and I can take my nail and I can try and hammer it with a banana. And 2 things will happen, either it will go in, or I will end up with breaking the banana in pieces. But and the banana eventually falls apart as a hammer. But that's how cold liquid nitrogen is. You can make a banana into a hammer.
Enough of the DIY. What does this liquid nitrogen ice cream actually taste like? Will it bring Dr. Barham Knickerbocker glory, or just an icy stare?
Liquid nitrogen ice cream, sir?
Yes, it's official. Dr. Barham's nitrogen-powered ice cream is not only the fastest in the world, but 5 out of 5 of his own physics students agree it also tastes pretty cool. If ice cream's not your thing, then how about chocolate? Here's a question. Why does this and this have the same effect on one of these? The answer is that both men and chocolate give her that loving feeling. Let's forget about the man. What is it about a piece of chocolate that's such a turn-on for the ladies? The answer lies deep within its metabolic structure, an interesting chemical called phenylethylamine. You may not have heard of it, but it's very important in making you feel good, in that loving kind of way. That's why nibbling on a lump of chocolate can trick you into thinking you're nibbling on something else. Before we finish on experimental, we'll be looking into the future of aviation. 25,000 rat brain cells in a pink dish. But first, let's do dangerous things at the test department. There's nothing a test department tester likes more than a heap of sugar in a cup of tea. The perfect way to kick off a day at the lab. But welcome to Hell's Kitchen. Imagine if you woke up to a cup of tea that did this. So what was that all about? Well, you've probably been told that water boils and turns to steam at 100 degrees Celsius. And in your kettle, that's pretty much what happens. Boiling occurs when a liquid, water, turns into a gas, steam. But in order for this change to happen, the water not only has to reach 100 degrees centigrade, but it also has to have some tiny impurities within it, such as a grain of dirt, around which the steam can form. So if your kettle is super clean and your water is super pure, then there is nothing around which the steam bubbles can form. You can then create superheated water, water that's liquid at over 100 degrees centigrade. The key is to use a microwave. It heats quickly without disturbing the liquid.
Do not try this at home. It's completely irresponsible and very dangerous.
Taking the professor seriously and donning the correct safety equipment, our test department tester can now take out our superheated water. Looks pretty normal, doesn't it? But add some sugar, effectively an impurity around which the steam can form, and the results are pretty explosive. Now that's what I call a quick cuppa. If you've got an X and Y chromosome, with the resultant hairy chest, it's a pretty good bet that you've fancied yourself at the controls of one of these things. And it's a pretty safe bet that the closest you'll ever get is a computer and a CD-ROM. However, that's a lot closer than most rats get, unless they live here at the University of Florida. You see, it's this little chap and his mates, or rather cells from their brain, that are in charge of flying this simulator. It's all the work of Dr. DeMaas, a neuroscientist who's interested not only in how the neurons in brains work, but in finding out ways of making them work for us.
The basic goal of this experiment was to study ways that you could interface a neural culture, a living neural culture, to a device, an airplane, and have it learn to fly.
What Dr. DeMaas has done is got the neurons in this dish to think. That's right, no one has told them how to fly a plane. They've worked it out by themselves. So how do you make a rat brain pilot?
We take a little bit of tissue from the rat's cortex. So if you think of a brain, you have the wrinkly portion of your brain. We take a little bit of that tissue and we digest it with an enzyme to essentially give us the individual neurons separated into a liquid.
This brain soup, literally 25,000 individual unconnected neurons, is placed on top of a matrix of 60 electrodes. Dr. DeMaas now has the beginnings of a brain that's ready to teach itself to fly. All he has to do is plug the matrix into his computer and set the program off. Almost immediately, the individual neurons begin to form a complex network, the beginnings of a thinking brain. What's happening is that the cells are receiving signals from the computer and sending their own signals back to the computer. If they send the wrong signals, then this happens. But with time, the neurons manage to form a network that will react correctly to the incoming signals and so keep the plane in the air.
Ooh, I can fly!
In fact, this mini brain can get so good that it can negotiate mountain ranges and thunderstorms like the best Top Guns around.
I think the most enjoyable part about that particular experiment was the fact that you could take a collection of neurons who didn't know how to do anything and then provide inputs so that over time it could learn to do something. Right? So in the end, you can take one of these networks, plug it into the system, right, and it can fly. It can fly the plane.
You'll be pleased to know that Dr. DeMaas isn't proposing that the next generation of Boeings are piloted by a dish of rat brain. But what this pink rat cyborg is doing is to help lift the lid on the way the brain learns at a cellular level. So perhaps in the future, when a real pilot does this and gets a dunk on the head, we may have a better idea of how to fix him up and get him flying again.
Welcome to Experimental.
A science show that adds chips to fish, poisons the general public,
Sorry, I gotta spit it out.
then takes on White Van Man and wins. Later on, we'll be making a noise in the library, racing a guinea fowl, and taking a deep breath before suddenly trusting this man. But first, let's go swimming. Britons eat over 283 million portions of fish and chips a year. They're the largest consumers of fish and chips in the world. And those battered morsels are one of the reasons that attracted Waltzing to his current job as Professor of Computer Science at the University of Essex.
Can I have a fish and chips, please? One, yeah.
In fact, he loves fish and chips so much, he's developed a fish with built-in chips.
Another chips.
You can find it at the London Aquarium, among the schooling herring, butterfly fish, and brown sharks. It's one of the world's first robotic fish. Not only does it look and swim like a fish, but like the real thing, it can sense its environment, allowing it to behave totally autonomously. On the inside, though, it's not so fishy.
As you can see, this is our prototype robotic fish.
The fish's sensors are connected to computers inside the head that process their signals. 4 main joints here simulate real fish movement, and these sensors on the face help the fish avoid obstacles. There's also a chamber for pitch and buoyancy control. But for all the technology, Doctor Who is most proud of the fact that
There's sunglasses on our robotic fish.
they don't do much, but Doctor Who thinks the sunglasses make the fish look more like people. Designing and building a robot fish took Doctor Who and his team 3 years. But why go to so much trouble? The secret is in the swim. As you may have noticed, it's something fish can do quite well. In fact, they use only a fraction of the energy that would be used by a conventional propeller-driven ship. So if we learn to replicate the fish movement mechanically, we could end up with far more economical ships and submarines. At the moment, the robo-fish goes belly up after 5 hours, when its batteries go flat. But in the future, Doctor Who hopes to make robot fish that will float to the surface and recharge themselves using solar energy. These could then be used as fully autonomous submarines, surveying pipelines, or even operating as spies. Whatever happens, there is one place they probably won't end up: on Doctor Who's plate.
Hello.
In a moment, tango in the library with loudspeakers for one. But first, let's see what's cooking in the test department. Taste. Is it all to do with your tongue, or do those other senses, sight, smell, and touch, have anything to do with the pleasure of eating? To find out, this tasty dish is going to fry up a bit of dead chicken, pig, and cow. First, she'll check time and cooking temperature, like any good scientist should. Now, she'll get rid of one of the sensations that makes for a great meal, texture, by sticking all that meat in the liquidizer to create a nice smooth paste. So how do we deal with the other elements of a great munch, smell and looks? Like this. The question is that when the only sense that's active is taste, will your average punter be able to tell the difference between pork, beef and chicken? Let's see.
I don't know, I can't taste a thing.
Pork.
Chicken.
Okay, that's beef.
Pork.
So, if you cannot see it, smell it, or feel its texture, all fried flesh seems to taste the same.
Hard to tell.
But what about some vegetarian options? A beetroot, an apple, and an onion. Let's get whizzing and testing. First up, the beetroot and apple.
I've absolutely no idea.
Those are apples again.
I'd say banana.
So the results there seem to be the same as for the meat. But what about the onion?
I just ate a mouthful of onion.
Whoa, onions. Onion? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I gotta spit it out.
So it seems that of all our foodstuffs,
Disgusting.
only the onion has a taste distinctive enough to be recognised by the tongue alone.
Is that onion?
Coming later on Experimental, why jam jars can beat the strongest hunk.
No, can't do it.
How one sniff from this man could make you give away a fortune, and can Horace beat White Van Man over 30 yards. But first, let's make our own private racket in the library. Experimental has come to the quiet seclusion of Wayland Public Library in Massachusetts to meet this man, Dr. Joseph Pompey, who's got a thing about annoying people with sound.
Hey, you. Ma'am, please wake up. No sleeping in the library.
Most people of his age don't know much about sound. The most antisocial they can get is turning their car's hi-fi up in a quiet neighbourhood. But Dr. Pompey has studied sound for so long he's got letters after his name, and he came up with something a bit better.
That's not a speaker system. Now this is a speaker system.
The whole idea of his sound spotlight system is to make sure that only one person can hear him, even though they're 20 metres away.
Hey, you there. You on the laptop. Are you downloading illegal files to the library network? I hope not. Hey, you there, studying. Miss, can you hear me? I think it's time for a break. Hey, you. Looking at CDs. We're watching.
Taking the mickey out of innocent readers might seem a bit childish, but there's a reason why Dr. Pompey comes here to test his kit.
A library is about the most sensitive area you can think of for background noise and generating sound that people don't want to hear. But with the audio spotlight, we can deliver sound specifically directly to people within the library without bothering the other people that are reading quietly. One of the things is we can bring in a couple of Latin dancers, send them some hot salsa music. They can dance all they like in the middle of the library to all the music that they want without bothering the other people nearby who want to sit, read, or work quietly.
The system works like this. First, your voice is transformed into high-frequency ultrasound, sound so high no one can hear it. Ultrasound is highly directional, so, like a torch, it can be pointed at someone standing a long way away. Although they cannot hear the ultrasound, it causes secondary vibrations in the air around them, and it's that sound the person hears.
So if you imagine you're in a room and I shine a flashlight at you, it's very bright for you, but it's very dark for everybody else. Much the same way, the audio spotlight creates a very narrow beam of sound that you can shine at a listener. They hear it very clearly, and it doesn't create noise that might bother other people in the same space.
It's already being used in museums, and soon Dr. Pompey hopes he'll have his system in TV sets, so that only one person in the room can hear it. The others can get on with something much more boring. But whatever its practical use is, it remains a great toy.
Hey, excuse me, miss. That's a really nice shirt you've got on.
In a moment, trust that comes in a bottle, birds on the treadmill, and the ultimate race on the test department track. But before that, what to wear if you're over-endowed in the posterior department. Meet Gloria. She has a problem. She's concerned that her gluteus maximus muscles are overdeveloped, which is a brain box way of saying she's worried she has a big bum. So worried, in fact, that she spent the last 2 hours wondering which of these 3 pairs of trousers she should put on. Luckily, Horace, her boyfriend, has been doing some research. He's convinced that the vertical stripes on those trousers will make her bum look bigger. And indeed they do. So what about the nice white ones? No, these two seem to accentuate the bulge somewhat. Horace has an idea. He's noticed that the bum looks big because of all the shadows falling on the white cloth. So perhaps wearing a dark pair of trousers will make the shadows hard to see and will make Gloria's bum look smaller.
Nice.
And yes, it does.
Boris, you're so clever.
Until you see the profile. Which is faster, man or machine? Can our pie-eating demonstrator beat the wheezing test department science wagon over 30 metres? Let's see. Whilst the last-minute adjustments are being made, here's the hypothesis. That's science speak for stab in the dark. We believe that whilst our van can hit 90 kilometres per hour down long hills, our demonstrator should still be able to win over a short distance. In a sprint race, it's all about acceleration. Even though he's fueled by half a dozen pies a day, our demonstrator should still be able to get up to his top speed in a couple of seconds, whilst the van can only reach its top speed on a very good day. So, let's put our theory to the test. It looks like we're ready for the ultimate man versus machine race. So there you have it. Pie Man is indeed faster than a machine. But only over 30 yards. The smug git. In our next visit to the test department, we'll be out on the streets testing jam jars. But first, let's check out that whiff coming from California. Experimental has come to Claremont Graduate University, possibly the most trusting campus in the USA.
Go ahead, take it. I trust you.
And why are perfectly rational students prepared to laden strangers' hands with greenbacks? Well, perhaps it's to do with this man, Dr. Paul Zak, and his little sprayer of clear liquid.
This vial contains oxytocin. You might call it trust in a bottle. Trust me.
If Dr. Zak is right, a good dose of oxytocin is likely to make you far more trusting, even of total strangers. It's a neurochemical, one of hundreds made in your brain which influence your mood. Oxytocin is released when we feel good, like when we're with someone we like a lot and end up, well, we can't show you that bit, but you get the drift.
It's because oxytocin is active in areas in the brain that are associated with social behaviors, and it decreases the anxiety we have of interacting with strangers.
And to prove that we can trust him, Dr. Zak put on a little demonstration of the powers of his bottled trust.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He took a number of strangers and squirted either oxytocin or plain old salt water up their nose.
5, breathe.
Once the dribblings had been dealt with, it was time to start the experiment.
The substance you just inhaled is either oxytocin, which is a natural hormone that your body makes, or salty water. You do not know which one of these substances you've been given today. What we want to do is to look at how oxytocin affects the way you make decisions, in particular decisions involving other people and money. What we're going to have you do in just a minute is to log on to the computer and you'll be matched with someone else in the room and you will make decisions by computer with real money that we're going to pay to you today. So here we go. They're going to start making decisions. And we should see several subjects pop up who are on oxytocin, who are showing lots of trust, and other subjects who are going to be less trusting.
The game works like this. Everyone has been given $10. The computer then gives them the option of giving some of that money away to one of the other participants. And this is where the trust comes in. No one knows who they're giving their money to. All they know is that if they give, say, $8 to person X, that $8 is going to be tripled, and person X will get 24. All the giver can do is trust that the person they've given to will split the profits with them, so they will both end up richer. But there's nothing to stop the receiver taking all the money and returning nothing.
Experimental economists think that the transfer from the first mover to the second mover is a sign of trust. The only reason you would actually take money out of the account, your account that you've earned, and give it to another person is because you're saying to them, hey, the pie just got 3 times bigger, and I trust, I believe, I hope that you're going to understand what you're supposed to do with this. You're supposed to share it with me, but you don't have to, and you can't communicate with them. So what we find is about 80% of first movers, in fact, send some amount of money to the second person, and of people who receive a monetary transfer denoting trust, an intentional transfer, about 90% return money back to the first person.
Give people a squirt of oxytocin, and they're far more likely to trust total strangers with their money.
So what we find is that when we give subjects oxytocin intranasally, that it increases their average level of trust by 17%. But more importantly, it more than doubles the number of people who give all their money to another person in the trust game. They keep zero for themselves and give all their money to a stranger.
The oxytocin receptors are buried deep within the oldest parts of the brain, the parts that developed long before any of the true thinking parts, which is why our sense of trust is often subconscious. But it doesn't seem to work on everyone. Monitoring the volunteers, Dr. Zach can see that there is someone who, even though they've had a good whack of oxytocin, is far from trusting.
For now, we just know that most people, when you help them out, their brain releases oxytocin and they reciprocate. Other people, like the person here, is a bastard. Right? So we have one person here who's kind of playing like a bastard. They send a lot of money. Generally, their brains release a high amount of oxytocin, but they're keeping all the money. And this is a person that you don't want to have coffee with or beer. You do something nice for them, and they kind of take advantage of you. So that's not very nice. So we see about 2% of the people kind of hardwired for this, and we're now investigating why they might be doing that. What's happening in their brains that lead them not to want to reciprocate, where 98% of people, in fact, behave according to what your brain's telling you. Hey, someone helped you? Help them out. Be nice. Reciprocate.
But what about the rest of us? Oxytocin might have been shown to have no effect on 1 or 2 people, but what about the other 98%? A gang's going to be running around in the streets, squirting us with oxytocin and asking for our money?
I think it's difficult for that to happen for 2 reasons. One is that we have to put a large amount up your nose to actually get an effect, about 2 teaspoons full, so you'd know you're getting it. And second, the effect is very mild. So we do find people who are given oxytocin who are not trusting at all. They keep all the money. So there are interactive effects in the areas of the brain in which oxytocin is active that modulate its effects. So it's more effective in some people, less effective in others. If I really want to manipulate you, I could use other psychoactive medications that are much more dramatic.
What is good about these experiments is Dr. Zach has shown not just which chemical affects trusting behaviour in others, but also that most of the time, most of us are trusting anyway. Untrusting types are few and far between. Still to come on Experimental, the mystery of how we run fast. But first, to the test department for the answer to a sticky problem. Meet the world's greatest test of human strength. The humble jam jar. Don't believe us? Well, let's see if this chap can open one. Nope.
No, can't do it.
Well, what about this big boy? Not quite man enough? Madam? Oh, come on.
You glued it on!
Why is it that a simple jar of jam can cause so many problems when it comes to getting it open? The answer is that when jam is put into the jar, it's hot. As the jam cools, both it and the little bit of air at the top contract, causing a partial vacuum, which is what holds the lid on so tight. To show just how strong a vacuum really is, let's suck the air out of these two hemispheres with our trusty vacuum cleaner. Go on, lads, you can do it! Oh, no, you can't. And just to prove that it was no more than a vacuum that was holding the spheres together, let's let the air back in. Oops. So if you come face to face with a killer jam jar, use the test department's top tip. Make a tiny hole in the top to release the vacuum, and bingo, problem solved. Walking. Man has been doing it for at least 4 million years. And let's face it, it looks pretty simple, doesn't it? Put one leg in front of the other, again and again and again, and you're walking. Do it a bit faster and put a little jump in the middle, and it's called running. But amazingly, till recently, the science of what's going on inside the muscles of the leg was pretty hazy. Something that annoyed Richard Marsh, biology professor at Boston's Northeastern University.
We don't completely understand the energetics and mechanics of walking and running in any animal or in humans.
Okay, well here's what we do know. Key to a walk, or a run, is how the muscles at the front and the back of the leg move it backwards and forwards. Most people assumed that the muscle at the front didn't really do much work. After all it had to do was swing the leg forward, which the argument meant it hardly used any energy at all. That's what everyone believed, but no one was really sure. To find out, Professor Marsh turned to these little creatures. Guinea fowl. But why a bird?
They're the only other group of animals other than humans to run on two legs.
Now, the sharper amongst you might be saying, "Oi! Birds' legs are different from ours, their knees bend a different way." If that is the case, then stop shouting fast, because your eyes deceive you.
Yes, it seems that way when you look at a bird running, because what you're actually seeing is the ankle and not the knee. The knee is hidden by the feathers, and in reality, the leg design is quite similar to that of a human.
Now that we've cleared up that little anatomical oddity, let's continue with the science. What can you learn from a bird that's so tough to learn from a human?
But the difficulty has been figuring out how much energy the muscles use. And what I realize is that the amount of blood flow to a muscle is directly proportional to the amount of energy that muscle is using.
To monitor the blood flow, Professor Marsh put the guinea fowl on a treadmill and twiddled the knob until the bird was going nowhere as fast as he could go. Just in case the bird decided it didn't want to run, Professor Marsh installed a safety backup.
I'm here to make sure the bird doesn't fall off the treadmill, so that if he comes off the back, I can catch him.
Endurance trained the birds so that they can run at this speed for a half an hour, which is pretty impressive. I don't think I could do that.
Having run the equivalent of a birdie marathon or two, Professor Marsh can get the vital blood samples he needs to analyse just how much work the two important muscles are doing. The answer, that extends to humans, means a bit of a rerun takes place.
Our experiments clearly showed that 25% of the energy is actually used to move the limb while it's off the ground, which is a bit of a surprise.
In other words, the muscle on the front of the leg that pulls it forward is far more important to good performance than had always been thought. What that means for the likes of you is not much. But when it comes to training a great athlete, like the test department's Horace here, then putting a bit more effort into training the muscles at the front of the leg could mean he'll be able to beat Ferraris in future. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that tortures redheads, drinks too much, and revels in the science of falling cats. Later on, we'll be making the world's most boring experiment fun and asking Tango here to write her name.
Get this piece of chalk and write your name. Come on, Tango, write your name.
But first, let's be nasty to redheads. This is Dr. Jeffrey Mogul. See, it says so on the door. And he studies redheads. That's redhead mice and redhead humans. Why? Because he wants to find out how they react to pain. Which is fair enough, as he's the E.P. Taylor Professor of Pain Studies at McGill University.
It is definitely not the case that I woke up one day and said, boy, I wonder if hair color has anything to do with pain.
Professor Mogul's interest in redheads started with these little chaps, red-headed mice. His team was studying the mice's sensitivity to a pain-killing drug, and his research for the gene responsible led him to a chromosome called mouse chromosome 8, which contains a gene which causes red hair. Not only did the gene make for ginger mice, but it made for mice that appear to feel less pain than their white or brown relatives. Amazingly, the mouse redhead gene is exactly the same gene as the one that causes gingers in the human population.
We tested the redhead mice for pain sensitivity on a bunch of different tests of pain in the mouse. We found that in every test, the red-headed mice were less sensitive to pain than the controls, and then we predicted that therefore human redheads should be less sensitive to pain than blondes and brunettes.
To try and find out, he enlisted the help of his colleagues to carry out extra research. But what is pain, and why is it useful? The answer is simple. Without pain, nothing would stop you doing this. But with pain, no thinking is involved. It's just an instant response to get you out of danger.
Pain is an important warning function. Obviously, if you sprain your ankle or break your leg, the pain is there to punish you if you try to move, right? Because your leg would rather you stay still for a few days, and so it can heal properly.
But how can you prove that redheads really do feel less pain than blondes or brunettes? Well, you hurt them, of course. Take a redhead and a non-redhead, make sure they know exactly what they're getting themselves into.
This is John. He's going to be a witness just to prove that I didn't force you to sign the consent forms. Okay, so if you're ready.
And as soon as they've signed up, you strap them down and burn them.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to apply this thermode to your forearm, and the temperature is going to rise. I'd like you to push the button when pain becomes intolerable, so you can no longer tolerate the heat. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Like that wasn't enough, here comes a pressure test. By gripping a handle whilst her upper arm is squeezed by a blood pressure cuff, it impairs the circulation and that hurts.
I don't think I can go for much longer. Okay, easy. Okay, it hurts. Okay, great, thank you.
The results prove that redheads really did feel less pain than their mousy blonde friends. But why? When the body is hurt, the brain produces powerful pain-killing chemicals called endorphins. But, just to make sure you feel pain enough to learn your lesson, the brain reduces the effect of endorphin. However, it seems that the redhead brain, with its altered gene, doesn't reduce the endorphins. So redheads feel less pain. But before all you redhead men go out and test your newfound mouse gene pain tolerance in some immature scrap, be warned. If the big blonde bloke decides to split your head in two, you'll be dead, whether you felt it or not. In a moment, a great film that just might make you want to... But first, let's go testing in the test department. How strong is an egg? Well, it depends which way you try and break it. Squeeze it across the way and it's not very strong. But squeeze it end to end and the human hand can't crack it. So let's see how strong an egg really is in a kind of scientific way with our revolutionary Egg Tester 3000 machine. On the left, a crossways crush, and on the right, we're going to do it end to end. Well, at 2 kilos, things are fine. But oh, it's a splat on the sideways egg at 3 kilos. But how much longer can we go with the end-to-end crush? Fantastic! 9 kilos and we're still stacking. Why? Well, end on, the egg works exactly the same way as a dough, with all the force being sent downwards through the line of the roof. This makes it one of the strongest shapes in nature. But even the strongest shape cannot beat the Egg Tester 3000 machine. And our end-to-end egg goes splat at 10 kilos. Coming later on Experimental, we find out why popcorn pops, why some horses are left-handed, and we meet the inventor of the beer mat that keeps you drinking. But first, let's see if you can watch this without yawning. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, full of carriers. Carriers of the most contagious thing in the world.
Ebola.
The cold. Avian flu. A yawn.
Yes. Yawning. It's one of the most contagious things in the world. How do we know? Well, it's partly because of this man's research, Dr. Stephen Playtech, Drexel University's Yawn King.
Contagious yawning is a phenomenon that is very well known. If you talk to somebody on the street about contagious yawning, they've heard of this phenomenon. And what we've discovered is that between 40 and 60% of people who view, hear, read about, write about, or listen to somebody yawn actually experience the feeling of having a yawn themselves, automatically, without thought.
That's right. It's not just watching someone close to you yawning that sets you off. It's just as effective when it comes out of the television or even the radio. Amazingly, even reading about someone yawning is enough to set some people off. But why?
The reason why we yawn in the first place is unknown. In fact, no one really knows why yawns exist.
Until about 20 years ago, it was thought that yawning was a way of getting more oxygen into the blood when CO2 levels became too high. Indeed, the contagious effect of yawning was put down to there being a general drop in the oxygen level of a stuffy room. So everyone needed a good yawn to top themselves up. It sounded good until scientists discovered that there was no relationship between yawning and oxygen levels. And that's the way it remains today. Well, we may not know why we yawn in the first place, but Dr. Playtech and his team think they've gone quite a way towards discovering why yawning catches. Using what is quite possibly the most boring experimental setup ever devised. Dr. Playtech had test subjects sit in the psychological test room and watch half-hour videos of people yawning. Mind you, he didn't exactly have an exciting time either. He had to wait behind a one-way mirror and count the number of times each of his subjects yawned. After exhausting research, he found out that yawning is more contagious for some people than others.
People who score higher on theory of mind or experience more empathy than other individuals tended to be more susceptible to the contagious yawning effect, meaning that if they were more empathic, they tended to show more contagious yawning.
Theory of mind is what psychologists call the ability to put yourself in someone else's place, to empathize with their point of view, to mentally become them, and as a result, take on some of their traits. Which is why if they yawn, so will you.
I expect that people watching this show, 60% of them will yawn at least once during this program, and then some of those will even yawn more, 4, 5, 6, 7 times even. Those are probably the highly empathic individuals that are watching the program.
Other studies have shown that contagious yawning is a learnt response. Children under the age of 5 don't yawn when shown videotapes of other people yawning. And children younger than about 6 will not yawn when reading about yawning.
Contagious yawning may be a primitive mechanism or a primitive process related to empathy or social behavior and social learning among group-living animals.
In other words, contagious yawning is really about synchronizing your mind with someone else's. So don't be insulted next time someone yawns in your face. They're not telling you you're boring. They're telling you that they empathize with you and understand your point of view. In a moment, Experimental goes to the races in Ireland and to a bar in Germany. But before all that excitement, a rather sombre piece on feline mortality. Experimental would like to present some reassuring work for cat owners living in high-rise buildings, carried out by eminent New York vets W.O. Whitney and C.J. Mellor. They looked at the mortality rates of cats who have fallen between 2 and 32 stories. First, the good news, 90% survived. But there was something odd. The most likely floor from which a cat would suffer serious injury or death was not the 32nd floor, but the 7th. And the reason, the authors speculate, is this. As a cat accelerates, it stiffens up. It takes a drop of around 7 stories for the cat to reach its terminal velocity of around 100 kilometers per hour. Whereupon, the cat stops accelerating, feels no force acting upon it, and relaxes, increasing its surface area and flexibility. And hence, the area over which the deceleration provided by the ground is dissipated. Another one lives. Result, more cats live with longer drops. Still to come, the self-ordering beer mat. And a day at the races. First, let's eat at the test department. When his stomach rumbles, there's only one food a test department tester will eat: popcorn. But with a planet-sized brain, the day had to come when the tester would wonder not how fast he can eat it, but what makes popcorn pop. In other words, how does it turn from this into this? For the average punter, the answer, cooking in oil, might suffice. But not in the test department. We want to know exactly why they're flying out of the pan. So we got out the 1,000 frames per second camera. But even that hardly caught the moment. But look at it frame by frame and you'll begin to see what's happening. First, the kernel expands. This is because the water inside the kernel has reached 200 degrees Celsius and has turned to steam. That steam then cooks the starch, which expands in 3/1000ths of a second, splits the kernel, and puffs up into those little white clouds we love so much. So there you have it. Popcorn at 1,000 frames a second. Before we end, there'll be tennis in the test department. Talking fridges in Germany.
I have ordered some more milk.
But first, lefty racehorses. Apart from a certain black beer, the Irish are probably most famous for their horses. Sales of racehorses alone have topped £100 million in the past few years, and Irish horses won no less than 30 of the world's top races. But why is that? Well, there's lots of reasons, but Experimental has travelled to Limerick to check out just one.
This is, I think, going right-handed.
No.
Huh?
Oh, I think he's a left-handed horse, and that's it.
He's won 3 races on right-handed tracks, and that's it. I'm sticking by my opinion, whatever you want to do.
That's right. There's a strong belief amongst racegoers that horses are either left or right-handed, footed or hoofed. A fact that could give them the edge on some courses. But is it true? One man who thinks it is researcher Jack Murphy of the University of Limerick.
It's well known for a long time by trainers and riders in particular that some horses tend to perform better while galloping on what we call, or working on what we call, the left or the right canter lead. They tend to prefer working to the left or the right.
Jack's problem is taking this racecourse tale and turning it into scientific fact. And that's when he encountered his first hurdle.
All right then, Tango, here's the piece of chalk, write your name.
Yet horses can neither write their name or pick up the chalk. However, Jack realised that the simple observational test that worked so well with humans was a key to determining the handedness or hoofness of horses.
Well, typically what we did, we devised the experiments around almost everyday occurrences, things that the horses might do almost every day, so that we would see what preferences the horses demonstrated. The first was watching the horse starting to walk. Did the horse initiate walk with either the left or the right front leg? So the second test then was conducted in an alleyway, along which in the middle of was an obstacle, where they had to go either to the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the obstacle to exit the alleyway. Another issue was when the horse got down to roll. Very often after exercise, horses get down to roll, and when they get down, they would roll either to the left or to the right.
After studying the preferences of hundreds of horses, there was no doubt that some were indeed left hoofers, while others trotted to the right. Apart from perhaps giving punters the edge at the bookies, the real benefit of Jack's research comes in training horses, particularly show jumpers, who need to be as happy jumping from the left as to the right. Knowing that a horse has a bias to one side or another means that trainers can devise exercises to compensate, producing a horse that is, to use the lingo, straight. Having checked out hundreds of horses for their left and right-handedness, Jack realised there may be another indicator to that bias, quite literally staring him in the face.
What we looked at were the facial hair whirls. And as you can see here on this horse, on Tango, Tango here has a clockwise facial hair whirl. And this is a female horse, and this mare, when we tested her, was very much right-sided. On the other hand, when you look at Calentra, this male horse here, this horse here has a counterclockwise facial hair whirl, and when we tested that horse was very left-sided.
It seems that hair walls develop in the fetus around the same time as the brain. Get a counterclockwise wall, and there's a strong probability that the horse will be left-handed. Interestingly, a left or right-handed wall indicated another trait.
We found that male horses typically tended to be more left-sided, and conversely, the female horses tended to be more right-sided.
But there is still one question not answered by Experimental's trip to Limerick. Should you call a horse left-handed or left-hoofed?
Well, the technical term for left-handedness is sinistrality. Sinistral is left-hand, dextral is right-handed. But in horses, of course, we talk about left-sided or right-sided.
I think we'll stick with calling you a left-hoofer. Finally on Experimental, the beer mat that thinks. But first, let's play some tennis at the test department. They're playing table tennis down at the test department. But it's not a contest. This is a scientific investigation. They're trying to work out why Billy Bunter cannot hit the ball. Is it his eyesight? Well, no. Perhaps a larger racket would help. or maybe even a ball. Nope, not even that. It seems that the cause of Billy's inability to win a point is far more fundamental. Time for some physical measurements. According to the latest theories, Billy Bunter's reactions can be divided into two parts. First, there's a physical side, the time it takes for the signals to get from Billy's eyes to his brain. Then from his brain to his arms. These signals travel at around 120 meters per second. So in Billy's case, it takes approximately 13 milliseconds for the muscles to get the message. Those times are pretty much fixed for everybody. What makes Billy so bad at hitting the ball is the time he takes to think about what to do. Top players can work out the speed and direction of a ball earlier and with less information than it takes the average player, or even slow ones like Billy. To end with, let's meet Robert Durr, a truly great scientist based in Germany. He knew he was a whiz kid, but what he needed was a great idea to focus his whiz on. He tried the bath technique, where Archimedes had his eureka moment, but no. He stood under a lot of apple trees for that Newton moment, but it was the wrong season. But then he's into embedded technology, not botany, so we can't blame him for his arboreal ignorance. But then it happened. He had his moment, and it was in a bar. From now on, his whiz would be focused on how to get beer into his glass in the most technically efficient way. Robert works in a computer lab at the University of Saarland, where they work on embedded technology, the idea of making everyday things intelligent. Imagine a house door that can recognize you and let you in when you return home. A fridge that knows the use-by date of all the food you put into it.
I have ordered some more milk.
A coffee machine that switches itself on when it hears you coming. A plant that tells you when it needs watering. Or a sofa that recognises your bum and switches on your favourite TV programme. Pretty cool, huh? Well, how about a wardrobe that listens to the weather forecasts?
Today it will be raining.
That is the wonder of embedded technology. But how does Robert hope it's going to revolutionise the world of beer drinking? Well, it's all in the beer mat.
The weight of the full glass is conveyed via a traditional beer mat to a metal plate. Built-in electronics measure the weight and transmit the data to a receiver, which activates a signal indicating where the empty glasses are.
The idea is that the mat monitors the level of the drinker's glass, sends a signal back to the bar staff, who can offer a refill before the drinker even knows he wants one. As you can see, it's very effective. Probably a little too effective. Which is why Robert wants to modify it, so that future models might even be able to detect when a customer is in need of sobering up, changing the order appropriately. Welcome to Experimental, the science show where girls strut, Girkins smoke, and men fondle underwear. Later on, we'll be walking on eggs, getting exceedingly drunk, and attempting to save a life. But first, the physics of stilettos. Meet Dr. Paul Stevenson, a theoretical physicist at the University of Surrey.
My last paper was on absorbing boundary conditions in dynamical calculations of nuclear collisions and giant resonances.
Pretty impressive stuff, but Dr. Stevenson is also a man who, like many men, has an interest in women. The prettier the better. So when the Institute of Physics wanted a fun equation to amuse the public with the wonders of their subject, it took Dr. Stevenson just a few seconds to come up with this. Believe it or not, these figures are, for women, a scientific guide to the perfect length of their stiletto heels. The most important bit of the equation is the Q number.
Clearly, she's miscalculated her Q number.
So what is a Q number? Well, being physics, a Q number is in fact the product of another, much longer equation. It's based on an index of sociological factors like Y, the number of years you've been wearing stilettos.
I was born in stilettos.
That'll be almost 35 then. L, the cost of the shoes.
£129?
Is that cheap or expensive? T, the time since the style was in fashion.
These are in fashion right now.
I'll take her word for it. And P, the probability the shoe will help you pull.
100%.
Agreed. And finally, there's A, the number of units of alcohol to be consumed whilst wearing them.
This only counts as one.
So that's a total of 9, making a Q factor of 0.08. But what is a Q factor exactly? The maximum length of heels is determined first by physics, predominantly how high you can raise your heel. You can work this out by standing on tiptoes. Then there are the sociological factors, and those are what Dr. Stevenson calls the Q factor. They help determine how close to the physical maximum length you can actually handle. They're things like, how long have you been wearing them? Not long, and you should go for a shorter heel. Then there's the cost. Cost a lot, and you'll probably try harder to wear them, even if they're a bit longer than you can handle. When we asked Dr. Stevenson to do the maths for our model, he calculated that the units of alcohol consumed had reduced the safe heel by a factor of 12, from a maximum of around 15 centimetres to a rather stubby 1.25 centimetres. Which means that the chances of our model getting to the door without an accident are pretty slim. And once again, physics triumphs.
Hello!
In a moment, scientific advice on how to get a good deal with a bra. But first, let the test department lighten your day. The light bulb. Clever, but by no means infallible. But fear not when it pops, because the test department has a replacement you can eat. A pickled gherkin. To turn a gherkin into a light bulb is a highly complex and dangerous procedure, which requires years of expertise.
Yes, and if you haven't got years of expertise, don't do it, because it's electricity we're talking about here, and it can and will kill.
Luckily, we do have years of experience and know how to beef up the terminals of our lamp with some nails, and how to mount the green thing to best effect. So now it's time to hit the switch. Taking the precaution of donning a gas mask. And it works. But why? A gherkin bulb works a bit like an orange street lamp, the electricity heating up sodium crystals in the pickling fluid, which is why it gives off that characteristic orange light. Luckily, the Girkin bulb is unlikely to be lighting much more than the test department lamps in the near future, as it suffers from one rather large drawback.
Hello!
Coming up on Experimental, this chap will swig 200 millilitres of vodka in the name of science. And the test department will walk on eggs. But first, ever thought men were stupid? Strut around the Belgian town of Leuven as a tourist and you'll probably be struck by its beauty. But if you're a Leuven bloke, you'll probably be distracted by another form of beauty. That's right. Leuven blokes are like blokes right around the world. They see a good-looking woman, and that's all they can think about for the next half an hour. And that's why we're here. You see, at Leuven's Katholieke University Department of Economics, there are two blokes who are more obsessed with women than most. Indeed, they're responsible for those bits of underwear you see draped near the door to their department. Meet Bram van den Berg and Dr. Siegfried de Witt. They're interested in how sexy women affect men's cognitive processes. That's science speak for thinking.
It's known from previous research that the use of sexy women has some influence on the cognitive processes of men.
Well, that's not exactly earth-shattering. It's something that the advertising industry has known for years. If you can't sell a car on its looks, put a looker on it, and it'll drive itself off the forecourt. But how to prove this scientifically? Mr. van den Berg and Dr. de Witt hit upon the idea of using that other male obsession, money. They put out a call for heterosexual men to come to their labs, fondle women's underwear, and make some cash. Amazingly, it took a whole cup of tea for a queue to form outside their door. What these strapping lads had signed up to was the opportunity to split €10 between them.
There are two roles in this game. One role is the proposer, and the proposer has to decide on the split of an amount of money. And there is also the responder, and the responder has two options. He can either accept the proposal, or the responder can also reject the offer. And in that case, none of the parties gets anything.
What the two players have to do is to agree to split the money between them. It could be €1 for one and €9 for the other. But if they can't agree on a split, then they'll both lose the money. Logically, the fair split would be €5 each. But if one person is a more aggressive bargainer, he can usually walk away with more than his fair share. The git. So where do the bras come in? Well, amazingly, give a man a bra to fondle before he tries to strike a bargain, and all of a sudden, he'll accept any old deal.
When you have been exposed to a sex cue, you become more likely to accept an unfair offer. So, whereas a fair offer would, for example, be a 50-50 split, a man who was exposed to a bra, for example, he would be more likely to accept an unfair split, like €2 for myself and €8 for the other one.
What's even more interesting is that aggressive men with higher testosterone levels are much more affected by sex cues than their more meek brothers. But it seems it's not just the fact that it's a woman that's turning these butch men into pliable wimps. When the respondents were shown pictures of older women, or women in non-provocative dresses, their bargaining powers were simply not affected.
At the contrary, the high testosterone men were very hard bargainers, so they don't lose their minds and they are not affected. In fact, they want to show how tough they are, apparently. It's only when the woman is dressed in a very sexy way, like you see all the time, like Bram just said on the streets, then this change, this shift occurs.
So it seems that for all our bullish, brutish posturing, when it comes to bargaining, we men can be shot down by the simplest of cues.
It's a quite pessimistic view on man, what we have been able to show. It's like you show them 15 pictures of sexy women. It's not nude women at all. So it's not that they're around. It's not during the bargaining game. It's only after exposures. The preference of these men has changed. So they become more likely to accept unfair offers. And it's quite bizarre that men are influenced by such a subtle environmental cue.
I don't know. Is it really that bizarre to stop thinking about money and just go ahead and buy this woman a drink? To pay for her dinner, a taxi home, that new dress, the overdue gas bill? In a moment, we prove hopscotch and alcohol don't mix. But first, to the test department, to attempt the impossible. There's a bit of a discussion going on in the test department. One of our testers is determined to prove that a human can stand on eggs without breaking them. His colleagues are not convinced, especially when preliminary trials end in spectacular failure. Undaunted, he's persuaded the lightest and most delicate of his fellow testers to participate in a real-life experiment. He insists that, in theory, the 2 planks will spread the load. But unfortunately, the only thing being spread here is egg. All over the table. In theory, an egg works in exactly the same way as a dome, with all the force being sent downwards through the line of the roof. This makes it one of the strongest shapes in nature, but can it hold a human? What is needed is more load dispersal and a little less movement. Armed with a new refined quadruple width egg plank 3000, in other words, an old piece of board he found round the back, our indomitable tester has dared the dainty-footed one once more to risk life and limb in the pursuit of scientific knowledge. Proof at last that it is possible to stand on eggs. Well, almost. After all, you can't make an omelette without breaking an egg. Why should science be any different? Still to come on Experimental, can we use the appliance of science to save this man from a near certain death? Well, not before we've had a stiff drink, we can't. It's Saturday night in Bristol. That can mean only one thing. Yep, it's time to continue Britain's love affair with alcohol.
Well, I like drinking alcohol because it's a good way to relax at the end of the day. It gets rid of your stresses. It's a place to meet with your mates. You always meet at the pub.
So people become more chatty when they've had a couple of beers.
Yeah, get rid of your inhibitions. Always just be yourself a bit more, I think.
Yes, a good drink does all these things, but it also makes you aggressive, makes you sick, not to mention what this bunch will feel like tomorrow morning. And that's why Experimental has turned up. We're off to the University of Bristol to meet Professor Nutt, a psychopharmacologist at Bristol University who wants to replace alcohol with less harmful drugs.
I reckon probably about 1 person a day in the UK, probably 300 to 400 a year, die of alcohol poisoning. And then it's many thousands die of or get brain damage as a consequence of having road traffic accidents when they're drunk. A large number of people get raped, probably the order of 3 or 4 a day as a consequence of being drunk. And then the damage through fights and violence and knifings, it's probably the order of 5 to 10 a day. So there's a huge social cost of being drunk. So alcohol is a drug which could not be licensed today. If it was invented today, it would be banned without any doubt.
There's some evidence that alcohol actually originated in Neolithic times, when sore heads were a fact of life. Given the fact that the modern freezer was a few thousand years away, booze was a pretty good way of preserving some of the goodness in fruit and berries way beyond their season. And let's face it, with life expectancies of less than 30 years, cirrhosis of the liver was not something ancient man was worried about. Nowadays, things are different. We can see the damage it does every day, which is why Professor Nutt wants to find an alternative.
And I thought, well, we could potentially find drugs which could mimic the effects of alcohol, which would inevitably be safer than alcohol because they're drugs and not a toxin like alcohol. They wouldn't cause the same damage to the peripheral organs.
That's right, if David Nutt gets his way, then it's goodbye to the pint and the cocktail, and hello to the little pill. To simulate the effects of alcohol, any drug would have to work by boosting the effects of the brain's neurotransmitters. Initially, alcohol affects the higher thinking centres of the brain, which is why we lose our social inhibitions and begin to think we're brilliant. Sadly, alcohol soon starts inhibiting our ability to think clearly, before going on to inhibit the workings of other areas of the brain, affecting our balance and muscle coordination.
Talking about benzodiazepine-like drugs, because we know that those have many of the effects of alcohol, and because it's a receptor, and we have drugs which bind to the receptor and increase the effects of the natural transmitter GABA in the brain, and they do mimic many of the effects of alcohol, we could probably get to a situation where you could have an intoxicant that was safe and also reversible.
So what we're talking about here is the opportunity to get drunk safely, then sober up in a matter of moments. This sounds too good to be true, so we recruited 2 drinkers to find out. Dem here is going to hit the vodka, a less than healthy 200 ml of the stuff, mixed with orange juice. While Simon gets a cocktail of a rather different sort, provided by Professor Nutt.
Cheers.
If Professor Nutt's got his mix right, the effects of his chewy little pills will be much the same as the real tasty stuff in the glass. To find out, Experimental has set up a number of simple dexterity tasks. Easy sober, but kinda hard to do once the booze has kicked in. So, let's see if the alcohol has entered the bloodstream. 1.65, that's twice the UK legal limit for driving, which is why we'll play hopscotch. So, we can say that 200 ml of vodka is detrimental to the game. But what about 2 little pills? Not too bad. Oh, spoke too soon. Now how about darts? That's the drinking man's game. Whoa, and double naught scored there. And finally, the policeman's old favourite, walking down the white line. First, Dem the boozer. And now, Simon the pill popper. Steady as a drunk. But how does he feel?
At the moment I'm feeling some of the more physical effects as if I was drunk. I'm feeling a bit lightheaded and legs not quite as under control as usual, but not really getting so much of the psychological effects, like getting chatty or feeling more relaxed.
And that's the problem for Professor Nutt's chewy little alcohol substitute. Most people drink for the chatty bit, not for the falling over bit.
Now, it's not identical, and there are some aspects of alcohol, particularly the initial energizing effects. When people begin to get drunk, they often become a bit activated, and that isn't mimicked by that benzodiazepine. Until we can mimic alcohol completely, we won't know whether this is a viable alternative. I do accept that.
But there is one massive advantage to Professor Nutt's pills. They have an antidote. Dem's blood alcohol level will not return to normal for about 8 hours. But Simon here will be as sober as a judge within seconds. To prove it, let's see what happens when he plays darts once more.
Aim for 3 treble 20s for me, please.
$180! Almost. Finally, it's experimental to the rescue. Roofing tiles, fishing line, and the lid of a styrofoam beer cooler. What do these 3 things have in common? Well, they might just save a life, because stick them all together and you've got the water kite. It's the rather unlikely invention of Trevor Miller, keen angler and water sports enthusiast, who wasn't having much luck one day trying to catch a fish because his bobber wouldn't stay put.
The moment of inspiration for the water kite came when I was fishing in a river, casting my line out and watching the fishing bobber float downstream. I came up with an idea to keep the fishing bobber out in the current by fixing sort of like an upside-down sail to the bottom of the fishing bobber.
Once he had his bobber working, Trevor started to think bigger.
I basically went into my father's barn and took a look at what I had around, a styrofoam cooler lid, a roofing shingle, and some fishing twine, realizing that I've come up with an idea that might someday save people's lives.
The usual way to rescue a victim from a raging river is to try and throw him a rope. But to do that, you have to time your throw just right to land the rope in front of the victim as he floats past. The water kite overcomes this difficulty by taking timing out of the equation. Once the water kite is in position, it can be held there until the victim reaches it.
The water kite is able to float upstream by working off the principle of lift in much the same way that a kite flies against the wind.
Kites fly by exploiting Newton's third law.
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. At least, that's roughly it.
Hold a kite flat, and there's no lift. But tilt it, and the air hits the underside of the kite.
Aye, that's the action bit.
And it goes up.
Oh, that's the reaction bit.
This angle of attack, as it's called, is the key element in the way aeroplanes fly. Their wings, angled to the oncoming air, generate a lift. Up to a point, increasing the angle of attack increases the lift.
Aye, but only up to a point.
What Trevor's water kite does is use the same principles. Now it's the water pushing on the angled fin that makes the water kite rise upstream, just like a real kite would rise into the air. By pulling the two ropes attached to the kite, you can change its angle of attack. And you can make the water kite float, as if flying upstream, maintaining its position until the hapless victim floats by. It's only a prototype, but in the future, Trevor hopes that his water kite will be standard issue in search and rescue teams, and even the military. Experimental was so impressed by what Trevor thought to do with his water cooler, string and roofing shingle that we asked some other inventors what they'd come up with, but the results were not quite so promising.
If you know what you're doing, you could kill someone with these things.
Materials to build a house?
A mice yacht device.
It's my treehouse when I was a little kid.
The hideous jewelry my ex-boyfriend used to buy for me. And that's why he's my ex-boyfriend.
Welcome to Experimental, the science show that makes budgies glow, walks on water, and gets itself arrested. Later on, we'll be finding out why this man has spent his life trying to record a duck's echo.
That's complete twaddle.
Recreating one of the greatest moments in science history, Mary had a little lamb. And having a drink with this couple in Boston and Taiwan. But first, let's fluoresce. Experimental is in Brisbane, Australia, in search of budgies that glow, and the scientist who's trying to find out why by smearing them in sunblock. But first, we're off to the disco. The ultraviolet lights are blazing, and anyone who really wants to get noticed strutting their stuff has washed their clothes in biological washing powder. Under UV light, they're blinding. Of course, it doesn't necessarily make you any more attractive. It's so much easier being a budgie. They don't even have to dance to find a mate. They just sit there and glow.
All right, can you get that one, Tom?
Neurobiologist Justin Marshall of the University of Queensland has discovered that budgies use the natural fluorescence of their feathers to find a mate. And now he's caught some, he's going to prove it by smearing one with sunblock. Fluorescence appears when a material absorbs ultraviolet light and emits visible light. Detergent manufacturers use the trick to make clothes look brilliantly clean. They add fluorescent brightness to soap powder that absorbs UV light and emits blue light, making old, yellowing clothes shine again. In the disco, under intense UV lights, those clothes glow extremely brightly. Luckily for budgies, they don't have to wash their clothes to get noticed. Birds are remarkably well equipped to see fluorescence under normal conditions. Their eyes are sensitive to ultraviolet. They have a much wider visual range than humans, and they can see colours around them that we can't even imagine. The fluorescence of their feathers is only visible to us under special ultraviolet lights, but to budgies, it's visible all the time. Scientists have known for some time that budgies fluoresce, but they didn't know why.
The real clue as to what the fluorescence in the bird was for came from looking at where the fluorescence was on the bird. And we noticed that the fluorescent feathers were in parts that the birds were showing to each other.
If the birds were displaying to each other, then the chances were it had something to do with sex and mate selection.
Animals that fluoresce are slightly unusual in that there are many animals that are colourful. Fluorescent animals want to be extra colourful and extra gorgeous, if you like, towards their mates. So fluorescence, we believe, is something to do with sexual communication.
Experiment time, then. Is a glowing budgie more attractive to the opposite sex? Take one female budgie willing to be impressed by a couple of pretty boys. She is placed in a choice chamber, a highly desirable bachelor girl pad equipped with transparent walls through which she can ogle the guys. Take two near-identical male budgies, each with fluorescent yellow plumage on their cheeks and crowns. One male is left as he is, the other is smeared with sunblock so that the female can't see him glow.
Putting sunblock on the budgies is no problem. They preen it off within a couple of days, and in fact we have to replace it all the time. So it doesn't harm the birds at all. All it does is to dampen out that fluorescence in the feathers.
If fluorescence is important, then the female budgie should prefer to sit opposite the brightest male, rather than hang out with the sunblock bird. And she does.
Budgies choose fluorescing partners much more frequently, significantly more frequently than non-fluorescing partners. And this indicates that it is something to do with sexual communication.
Hang on a second, though. Maybe it's got nothing to do with sex. Maybe budgies just like hanging out with other bright birds.
Females didn't really care whether their next-door neighbour females were fluorescent or not, and males didn't really care about other males fluorescing or not. They only really cared when it was the opposite sex. So males had to have fluorescent females to sit with, and females had to have fluorescent males to sit with.
So why does being brighter make you a better mate?
Fluorescence might be quite hard to do. It may be quite a hard signal to make. So it indicates that the bird is trying hard and being successful in life. So if you're a bright fluorescent bird, you're successful, you're getting a lot of food, you're a worthy mate.
Here's a warning. A glowing budgie is a strong, virile, attractive budgie that's irresistible to the opposite sex. The same doesn't necessarily apply to humans. In a moment on Experimental, we'll be arrested using the latest technology. But before we go behind bars, let's walk on water with the test department. James and Anu are having one of those days in the test department. They've got the white coats, but they've got nothing to test. Which is why they're desperately looking through scientific papers for some inspiration. Things are not looking good until suddenly James finds a real gem.
Ha ha!
A Leonardo da Vinci drawing of shoes that enable man to walk on water. I say, what a great idea. But can this be done? There's only one way to find out. Head to the pool and don some shoes. Predictable. What we need is shoes that exploit the Archimedes principle.
Ah, that's the one they name after me. It say to James he can walk on the water if he can find a way to make himself weigh less than the water he gonna push out of the bath.
Given that James weighs 72 kilos, he's going to need a pair of shoes that will displace more than 72 kilos of water. Let's see how these do. Splashy, but not quite big enough. Now we're talking. How about these? Fantastic. But perhaps this experiment explains why Leonardo's walking on water idea never really caught on. Coming up on Experimental, we risk our fingers in an attempt to track down that rarest of things, a duck's echo. We'll be drinking from the cup of love and visiting the test department's recording studio. But before we do all that, let's go in search of a gadget that James Bond would have killed for. Every now and again, the test department takes things a little too far, like blowing up balloons, or attempting to smell the armpits of Chinese women. But on a recent trip to Dorset in the southeast of England, things got a bit out of hand. It all started when their latest blind driving experiment went wrong in a fairly spectacular way. One siren and a policeman later, science lost two great minds to the long arm of the law.
Right, well, I've had a report of somebody acting very suspicious here. And what I'm going to need to do is to fill out a form to search your car.
Still mustn't grumble. As a result, Experimental stumbled on a pretty nifty piece of kit. A pen, straight out of James Bond. This revved up biro not only writes on the paper, but at almost the same time, it's uploading Mr. Plod's squiggles to the main computer back at the station. So, as the cuffs snap shut on our two former test department demonstrators, their charge sheet is already being prepared down at the Plod shop. It's the brainchild of Petter Eriksson.
What we're aiming for really here is an extension of that technology. We want to keep all that's good about pen and paper and just make it a little bit better in the sense that it also captures what you're writing, drawing, and moves it into the digital world.
It works like this. Next to an ordinary nib, there is a tiny digital camera, capable of capturing over 100 frames per second. But the camera is not interested in the Plod squiggles. It's filming tiny dots on the paper and working out where the nib is in relation to them. It's that data that's sent to a microprocessor, then transmitted back to the station, where another computer takes the data and, using the dots, not only recreates the plod squiggle, but manages to put that information onto the correct form. As a result, there is no time wasted in getting our test department testers locked up where they belong. This gizmo isn't only helping out the law, it can also be used as an instant translation device. Simply write in your own language, Swedish Petter, being cocky, chooses English, and then, with a simple tap, it will transmit the data to your mobile phone, which will then read out what you've written in the language of your choice, German or now Japanese. You can also be all romantic, sending love squiggles to your lover's mobile, anywhere in the world. All that wonderful technology our hapless testers will never get to play with.
Don't try this at home. Ah!
In a moment, we search out the mystery of a duck's echo and go drinking around the world. But first, let's make history with the test department. They're into self-sufficiency in the test department. They might have access to some pretty sexy hi-fi, but when it comes to recording music, they like to do it themselves. What Horace and Heidi are wondering is, can they make a talking machine, the original recording device, out of some old drain pipe and a bit of aluminium foil? Of course they can. They've got white coats. All they have to do is bodge the pipe so it can rotate on this spool thing. Cover it with silver foil, attach a needle to a speaker cone affair, and prepare to shout into it. And because we have a sense of history, they're going to say the same words uttered by Thomas Edison when he invented what he called the phonograph.
Mary had a little lamb. Her fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, her lamb was sure to go.
This primitive phonograph works because sound, including nursery rhymes, vibrate as they travel through the air. When the rhyme hits the speaker, it vibrates, vibrating the needle and scratching a ziggy line on the tin foil. You reset the whole thing, the needle vibrates in the groove, babbling the speaker, and you hear pretty much what you've just recorded. So let's listen back.
Mary had a little lamb, her fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary
Speech, but not exactly high fidelity. Still to come on experimental internet drinking, so much better than the chat room, and the test department's attempt to make rubber eggs.
Hello.
But first, our sound recordist, Bruce, has a strange obsession with ducks. It's not their swimming or waddling that he likes. No, being a sound recordist, it's their quacks that get him going. Or rather, it's trying to record a duck's echo.
Yeah, I've been hunting the duck for quite some time now, and I still can't find the echo of the duck. It doesn't exist, I'm sure.
Now, this may be news for you, but Bruce is not alone. It's a commonly held belief that a duck's quack does not echo. Don't believe us? Well, let's ask a few farming types.
The duck's call is the only one that doesn't echo.
No, I don't think you can hear a duck's echo.
A duck's quack definitely doesn't echo.
Well, those testimonials might do for some people, but not for experimental. So we headed to the labs of Trevor Cox, Professor of Acoustics at the University of Salford, to ask him his opinion about non-echoing ducks.
That's complete twaddle.
Twaddle it might be, but his department was aware of the claims.
We only became aware of when we got contacted by people asking us, was this true or was it not true? And of course, when people contacted, we said, of course the quack will echo, go away.
However, just because Professor Cox thought that the duck echo claims were twaddle, science can only back him up if there is true experimental evidence to prove it. So we headed off to a local farm to procure him a duck. They didn't have a duck dog, so they lent us their sheepdog, which was next to useless. But Trevor did eventually get his quacker, and we could get down to the serious business of examining its echo. But first, what do you need for an echo? Number one, a good sound source. Bagpipes should do it, then a good hard surface at least 17 metres away, like those cliffs. The melodious sound from the bagpipes leaves our player at approximately 1,225 kilometres per hour. Oh, lovely. It then hits the cliff and bounces back to the player approximately 0.1 of a second later, reducing their melody to a total cacophony. To examine the duck echo, or lack of it, we're first going to record it in an anechoic chamber, a room full of super soft cones, which means there is no chance of an echo. See? We'll then cross-reference this with recordings taken in here.
This is a reverberation room where sound echoes around as sound echoes in a cathedral. If a duck's quack's going to echo, it's going to echo in here.
So, let's start with our reference quack.
Come on, Daisy, quack. Come on.
Well done, Daisy. Now, for a truly epoch-making moment. Proof, or otherwise, that ducks' quacks echo. Silence, please.
Come on, Daisy. Out you come. Out you come.
Oh.
Out you come.
Sadly, it took some time before Daisy was prepared to reveal all to science. And who can blame her? This one has been keeping us humans guessing for centuries. But, with a stiff drink for fortitude, she was finally ready to quack. So, do our ears deceive us? Was that an echo or not?
Well, you can see here, this is what the waveforms looks like for a duck in an environment with no reflections, an anechoic chamber. And here's what it sounds like. So, it sounds a bit like a duck. I suppose it's not very surprising. And these are the results if we take it into a big room, the reverberation chamber, where everything echoes around. You can clearly hear all the echoes happening. So this is pretty strong evidence that a duck's quack does indeed echo, if you're in the right conditions.
So why then did the myth about the non-echoability of a duck's quack arise? Here, sadly, we're back on speculative grounds.
Well, there's a few sort of ideas, one of which is that when you hear a duck quack, it kind of sometimes goes quack, quack, quack. So maybe the repeated quacking of a duck kind of masks the sound of the echoes coming in. The other possibility is ducks don't tend to be near large surfaces, which can give you reflections. You don't tend to go and hear ducks near large cliffs, which is, if you think about the conditions where you hear echoes, it's up on mountainsides near big cliffs, or it's in urban streets where you've got very large walls, and you don't tend to meet ducks in those conditions. So it might just be there's no reflecting surfaces around where people are normally listening to ducks.
So Bruce's long search to record the echo that isn't there looks like it's over.
It's a dead duck as far as I'm concerned.
Still to come on Experimental, how high-tech lonely hearts get together. But before that, let's head to the test department for some eggs. There's only so many interesting things you can do with eggs once you've poached them, fried them, boiled them, and scrambled them. Your options are, well, limited. But fear not. The test department has an extraordinary experiment that will leave you eggs. Do I really have to read this?
Get on with it.
Right, anyway, here's how to get an egg in a bottle without breaking it. I said without breaking it. First, take a bowl of eggs, and to check that they're not cooked, break one onto a suitable surface. Next, pour a bottle of vinegar into a bowl, and then put an egg into it. That should do it. Now all you have to do is wait around 48 hours whilst the vinegar does its magic. The acid in the vinegar soon dissolves the shell, which is made mainly of calcium carbonate. What's left is the membrane that surrounds the white and yolk, which makes the egg feel more like a rubber ball. But just how rubbery is it? Now for the fun bit. Light a couple of matches and chuck them in a bottle. Then sit the naked egg on the neck, and as if by magic, once the match has burnt, the pressure inside the bottle drops and the egg is pushed into the bottle. Bingo! There you have it. An egg in a bottle. Now for the burning question. What do you do with an egg in a bottle? Well, to prove it wasn't cooked, you smash it up, pour it into a pan, and eat it, of course. And finally, drinking with a difference. Spring on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And suddenly, all the students are putting down their books and rediscovering their bodies, or more correctly, someone else's body. Yes, love is in the air once more. But there's always the hapless foreign student drinking alone, far away from his loved one. Or is he? Well, no. This is Jackie Lee, and he's on a high-tech date of his own making. And he's not drinking alone. Thousands of miles away in Taiwan, his girlfriend, Han, is staring lovingly into her glass as they drink in virtual reality land. Jackie is a student at the MIT's Media Labs, where they think of kinky new ways to make the mundane interesting.
So, the Lover's Cup, they are like interface for drinking as a new communication. We don't have to call or email somebody. We can have more impressive ways, like using cups as a communication interface.
This humble little glass could be the mobile phone of the future. It's embedded with sensors and has a radio transmitter in its base. Like all lovers, it comes in pairs. And once the two cups set up a relationship, they're capable of interacting with each other right across the world. If you're in Cambridge, Massachusetts, but your lover's in Taiwan, you can still drink together. She takes a drink, and your glass lights up. Your lips touch the rim of your glass, and thousands of miles away, her glass glows with your caress. Shake your cup, and hers vibrates, which perhaps might lead her to think of other things. The lights and sensors have been around for years. What's new is the fact that the cups are connected to the wireless internet, each with their own individual IP address, which means that signals can bounce across space and find their partner wherever they are in the world. There's only one thing that Jackie has left out, perhaps deliberately. There's nothing to indicate how drunk you're getting. So as you pass out, your lover can sip her lemonade in blissful ignorance. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that runs trains on dead cows, watches robots have sex, and explains how you can become a fossil. Later on, we'll be breaking into houses in Southern California, explaining how you can run your fridge through your hi-fi speakers.
Really loud. A lot of sound.
And having fun in the test department's kitchen. But first, what to do with a dead cow? Welcome to Linköping in Sweden. I know it looks like it should be Linköping, but that's not what the locals call it.
Welcome to Linköping.
Told you. Experimental is here, not because it's one of the greenest cities in the world, with almost all of their buses and taxis running on biogas. We're not even here because of Amanda, the world's first train to run on biogas. No, we're here because of where they get their biogas from. That's right, Amanda and her friends run on cows. Traditionally, green types have been interested in using what comes out the back of a cow to make methane gas. But here in Linköping, they've gone one stage further. They use the cows themselves. It works like this. First, Daisy and her friends arrive at the local abattoir where, well, you really don't want to see what happens next. Suffice it to say that whilst this duck is swimming around, Daisy is being turned into pretty lumps of steak and mince. But even after most of her is wrapped in cling film, there's still about 40 kilos of bits left over. Some of you might want to look away, as those bits are about to come out of that pipe. Luckily, this soup of cow gut and skin is not squirted directly into a fuel tank. There's another process before Daisy finds her way into an internal combustion engine. Bertil Carlson is in charge.
The material comes in and is blended in the tank over here, and then it's heated up to 70 degrees to kill bacteria, and after that it's cooled down to around 40 degrees, and after that it goes to the two big digesters.
It's here that Daisy meets up with her last meal once more, in the form of cow manure. Once nicely mixed together, two different types of bacteria start munching away. The first is what's called acid-forming bacteria, which turn Daisy into simple molecules containing methane and carbon dioxide. Next to feed are methane-forming bacteria, which effectively release the methane, which can then be collected and pumped into vehicles like Amanda. But how many kilometres does the 50-ton plus Amanda do to the cow? The answer is quite amazing, according to her inventor, Carl Liljehook.
Amanda needs 7 cubic meters of gas for 10 kilometers. And from a cow we get about 21 cubic meters of gas. So Amanda can go 30 kilometers on the volume from a cow.
That's, this far. Indeed, with almost 30,000 tons of Daisy bits being processed each year, Amanda could travel a total of 5 million kilometres. That's almost over 100 times around the Earth. All very green. But do the locals actually know what is powering Amanda?
Oh, in English, they run on
well, they run on biogas and it's very good for the environment.
And we like that in Linköping, even if it smells bad.
Smell? Well, I guess that's the price you pay for green fuel.
Hello!
In a moment, Experimental will be robbing a house in California for its cheese. But first, the test department will recreate one of the world's greatest engineering achievements with a broomstick. Bobby is one of the test department's youngest members. He's really a particle physicist, prone to pondering the existence of the Higgs boson particle. But he's also a railway modeller. With a special interest in Scottish bridges of the Victorian era, which is what his two colleagues are discussing. As it's Bobby's birthday, they've decided to build him his very own railway bridge. And this is the bridge of their choice. The Fourth Rail Bridge. The real one is 2.5 kilometres long and made of 55,000 tonnes of steel. But our test department testers are going to recreate it with 2 chairs, 4 broomsticks, a few bags of sand, and themselves. This design is known as a cantilever bridge, the weight of a train being held partly by the beams above, which are in tension, and partly by the beams below, which are in compression. Clever stuff. But will it work when the top beams are replaced by our demonstrator's arms and the bottom beams by broomsticks? Let's see. Coming up on Experimental, our very own guide to being around in 20 million years' time. How sound makes ice cream, and how robots have sex.
Don't try this at home.
When Experimental heard that scientists were robbing houses in San Diego, we had a short ethical debate. Phone the police, or join them. And, we opted to join them. The robberies were masterminded by this woman, Heather Zarsky. But she's not a normal criminal. Indeed, she's not a criminal at all. She's an intern at the San Diego Police Department's forensic labs.
The major goal of this research project was to simply answer whether or not we could obtain DNA profiles from food evidence left at crime scenes.
That's right. This was not a robbery, but a scientific experiment to determine whether DNA from snacks eaten during the robbery could help nab the culprits. But how many criminals eat on the job? Quite a lot, according to her colleague, Tamara Ballard.
It's just always amazed me that someone will go to the trouble of wearing gloves to break into a place, but then sit down and have some snack.
Nefarious munchy evidence is not new at crime scenes. Just like fingerprints, a bite mark is almost unique. So dabbing bits of cheese with plaster of Paris is a key job in many forensic labs. But it's also Sherlock Holmes. What Heather and her colleagues wanted to do was to bring it into the 21st century, which is why they staged the robbery. That's right, these 5 volunteers were tasked not only to turn the house over, but empty its fridge into their stomachs. The idea was to try and identify which foodstuffs were likely to provide the best source of DNA traces from the felon's saliva. DNA is our genetic blueprint. It dictates everything: our height, our weight, our colour. No 2 people on the planet have the same DNA except identical twins, which is why it makes such a powerful tool when it comes to working out who ate all the pies. Amazingly, they managed to recover complete profiles from 43% of the foods munched during the experiment. But according to Dr. Patrick O'Donnell, the likelihood of the match depended very much on the nature of the food eaten.
Something with a hard surface such as cheese or a candy bar, it's just more efficient to recover human DNA from those as compared to having an open texture such as a sandwich or a hamburger.
So, here is Experimental's guide to what not to eat on a robbery.
Bonsoir, I am Pierre, your posh French waiter. On tonight's menu to catch a feat, may I suggest that hard English cheddar? Its texture is perfect for the swabber, but crackers are no. They are too flat. It is not enough contact with the lips, not enough saliva on them. The French cheese too, the brie, the camembert, it's too soft, huh? But the corn on the cob I can highly recommend. A solid bite is required and the gone contact is hard. Très bon. Hamburger, pizza, they're hard to swab because of their open texture, you know, but it is possible, so keep them in mind. But my advice to you people at home is to stock your fridge with hard veg and hope that your feast is an health-conscious one.
In a moment, fun in the test department kitchen. But first, a guide to immortality. Ever fancied living forever? Welcome to Experimental's guide to, if not living for 200 million years, at least being around in 200 million years. The trick is to get yourself fossilized. Step 1 is preparation. Only your bones will turn into fossils, so it makes sense to make sure they're as big as possible. So consume a lot of cheese and milk to build up the calcium, and a bit of weight training would help too. Next, when you're ready to die, choose your location with great care. An active volcano is good, so long as you only get covered with ash. Hot lava is a no-no. Far better would be the floodplain of some river just before heavy rainfall. What you need is for your body to be covered as quickly as possible by a nice fine clay, which over time will turn into sedimentary rock, its minerals gradually replacing your bones with stone. If you manage this trick, then in around 200 million years, there is just the chance that someone, or something, might dig your fossilised bones up and perhaps decide you're worth putting on display.
Hello.
Still to come on Experimental, the 190 decibel fridge. And robots that cannot keep their bits away from each other. But first, to the test department for some culinary science. Meal times in the test department are always fun. It seems that everything our demonstrators eat must be experimented on first. So on the menu today, scrambled eggs made in a paper pan. And for pudding, how about grapes? Cut them in half with a little bit of skin still connecting them. Put them in the microwave and you can create plasma balls, the so-called fourth state of matter. But there are even stranger things in the kitchen just waiting to be investigated, such as spaghetti. You see, you may or may not have noticed that when you snap a dry piece of spaghetti, it almost always breaks in lots of places rather than just one. Based on the work of French scientists Sébastien Neukrich and Basile Odderly, the test department think they know why. Unless there's a weak point, most things, like sticks, will break in the middle. But when spaghetti breaks, the researchers found, the initial snap sets up what physicists call flexural waves. Powerful waves that for a split second cause the spaghetti to bend even more, causing a second or even a third or fourth break at different points. Apparently, you can see it clearly happening with a high-speed camera. But the test department have managed to bust theirs, which is why they've constructed this, the multi-break Pasta Analyzer 3000 machine. With the spaghetti strapped to the powerful braking arms, it's time to see what happens when approximately 100 strands of pasta explode into around 300. Should be good. 2, 3. Oh dear. Still, no need to go back to the drawing board. You can still have lots of fun. As long as someone else is clearing up.
Don't try this at home.
In a moment, we'll be off to Cornell University for a robot dirty movie. And we'll be finding out how not to impress the girls down at the test department. But first, let's turn up the volume. The little town of State College, Pennsylvania, was once voted one of the least stressful places in the United States. It's the place where physics professor Matt Posey and his colleagues, Professor Robert Smith and Steve Garrett from nearby Penn State University, like to come and hang out in ice cream parlours and dream of ways of making their lives even less stressful by getting rid of hum.
That's some good coffee ice cream.
And the hum they most want to get rid of is this, the hum of the common kitchen fridge. Or more accurately, the hum of the compressor inside the fridge.
Yeah, so right here is where the compressor is in this ordinary ice cream cabinet, and this is where we put our vapor compression machine. Our thermoacoustic machine. That's right.
Thermoacoustic machine? That's right. Our profs want to use sound to make fridges both cool and quiet, which is kind of odd to brains like yours and mine. But these guys hail from Penn State's thermoacoustic labs, where they have lots of fun fiddling with knobs and making all sorts of strange sounds. But how is noise going to help in wiping out 100 years of humming fridges? Well, let's have a look at how ordinary fridges get cold. We can blame the humming fridge on its inventor, a German by the name of Carl Gottfried von Lind, who invented it back in 1876.
Why are you blaming me? Yeah, there's a little hum, but at least now the food is not rotten.
The man's got a point. The food is not rotten because the fridge cools by what's called a heat pump, a device that compresses and expands gases to pump the heat out of the fridge and into the room, which is why a fridge is warm at the back. And it's the compressor that makes the hum.
Yeah, I told you this before.
What Dr. Posey and his team have done is to get rid of the compressor and replace it with sound. Sound so loud it could kill. It's all contained within this steel cylinder.
There's a lot of sound. 190 decibels. It's really loud. A lot of sound. For comparison, the loudest seat at a rock concert's about 110 or 120 decibels. A jet airplane taking off is about 145 decibels. So at 165 decibels, your hair catches on fire. So 190 dB of sound pressure level inside of this machine is really loud.
Yes, I think we've got the point. Inside the cylinder is a big speaker, which creates a lot of noise, but how's that going to cool a fridge? Well, when the speaker at the bottom of the tube vibrates, it creates a pressure wave at the top so powerful it could set your hair on fire. A bit lower down, and the pressure and the temperature is lower. The fridge works by placing some metal grills that run from the hot zone to the cool zone, like this. All you then need to do is pump the gas from the fridge cabinet through a pipe running through the cool bits of the grill, and another from the outside running through the hot zone. The effect is a heat pump, the heat being pumped out of the fridge unit into the air, just like an old fridge. But what about the noise?
The sound waves never get outside of the can. So you don't hear any of the sound waves out in the room, or when you open your refrigerator to go get some mustard, you don't hear the sound waves. Sound waves are contained inside of the pressure vessel. And that's why it's pretty quiet.
But is it really cool? Does it really work? Well, when the boys hooked it up to the chillers in their favourite ice cream parlour, the owners were so impressed they gave them a free tub or two of especially strong coffee ice cream.
Coffee ice cream? Good.
Hello!
In a moment, those amorous robots. But first, to the test department for a little gambling. The test department's Billy Bunter is taking some time away from the frontiers of science to relax and read his favourite magazine, Industrial Archaeology News. But all of a sudden, his attention is drawn to a review of the book of his dreams, called Fenland Pumping Engines by KSG Hind. It's lavishly illustrated and costs £24.99. But does Billy have enough money for the purchase? Oh dear. But then he has a cunning plan. Perhaps he could have a wager with his highly strung friend, Karina. Billy suggests a wager, the outcome of the so-called Mpemba effect. Amazingly, it says that warm water, say at about 70 degrees Celsius, will freeze quicker than cool water, say at about 30 degrees Celsius. It was a phenomenon brought to the attention of the modern world by a Tanzanian schoolboy in 1968, and now bears his name. It sounds so unlikely that Karina foolishly accepts the wager. So let's see if Billy's trust in science has earned him the money he needs. After an hour in the freezer, we're ready to find out. As Billy hoped, the cooler water is still not frozen. But it seems that the hot water hasn't frozen either. Or has it? Amazingly, Billy has won his wager. However, it seems that whilst Billy might be a top physicist, he's no judge of psychology. And finally, forget the birds and the bees. This is replicating robots. It had to happen, and now it has. Here at Cornell University, two of their most trusted professors managed to make a machine that reproduces itself.
We're trying to teach it to self-reproduce.
That's right. We're talking robot sex. The idea of a self-replicating machine is as old as the idea of robots themselves, but very few have actually gotten one to do it. That feat was left to Dr. Hod Lipson and his colleague Viktor Zykov in their lab at Cornell University. But before we watch the little buggers at it, what exactly is reproduction? Biologically speaking, we tend to think of males and females doing things with eggs and sperm, which is what we humans do quite a lot, although we can't actually show it on the telly. Snails, on the other hand, are both male and female, depending on which way the mood takes them, which is fine to show on the telly. And when we get down to the level of bacteria, the differences between male and female really cease to exist. So what do robots do?
Well, we're talking about self-reproduction, which is in fact a machine taking a supply of material and energy and making or producing a new machine.
Fine. Let's look at their robot's reproductive organs, if that's the right word.
In this half of the robot, we have the controller. This board and the processor has all of the information necessary to carry and implement the program of self-replication for the whole robot.
So that'll be robot DNA then?
The cubes, they have a capability to communicate with each other, and the processors, they collaborate in order to achieve self-replication successfully.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's see two robots humping. At last. Is that a kiss? Or have they gone the whole way? Yes, I think they have. But let's face it, that's not very impressive.
These robots are actually not very intelligent. They expect the cubes, the material, the energy to come in very specific times in very specific locations. If the material is not supplied in the right place and time, these robots will fail. The replication won't happen.
Okay, so perhaps it's not the robot porn you were hoping for. But do these little robots remind you of something? No? That's right, it's those bacteria from which all advanced life eventually mutated, which explains why Hod and Zykov have such big ideas for their funny little humping robots.
One application that comes to mind immediately are space applications. We want to be able to send robots to a remote planet to do some exploration there, but we want to be able to repair them autonomously. So we want to allow these robots to adapt to new mission profiles, to new tasks, to replace faulty parts, and to restructure themselves to whatever task they need to do.
So perhaps when robots like this take over a distant planet, or are circulating Alpha Centauri in the year 3010, the historians will be tracking the origins of their replicating life form back to two primitive professors in a little lab at Cornell University. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that measures hairy men's fingers and takes blood from young lovers. Coming up, how to turn your urine into wine. Develop a totally new way of moving around and make the perfect sandcastle. But first, it's that loving feeling. Experimental has come to Pisa in search of You've guessed it. Love. Ah, love. It lifts us up where we belong. It turns up the volume of life and makes everything beautiful.
Things that you would otherwise view as being completely irrational and crazy, you think make perfect sense, even if you're not lucid at all.
We all know that love makes us do some odd things. But until neuroscientist Donatella Marazziti from the University of Pisa came along, no one knew why wrapping your arms around the greatest thing in the world made otherwise rational people do the craziest of things. And where did she look for the science of love? Where else but deep in the arms of lovers themselves?
When you are in love, there are different hormonal changes.
That's right. All that crazy behaviour, that kissing, cuddling, giggly stuff that makes love lovely, can be explained by the changes in just a few chemicals.
Are you involved in a love relationship?
Yes.
Qualcuno?
Si. To arrive at this rather miserable reduction of life's greatest state, Donatella compared the blood hormone levels of 3 groups of students for her studies. One, a bunch of singletons. Another group who'd been together in a relationship for over 2 years. And a final group who were the newly in love group. And that's the crazy bunch she was most interested in.
Everything's brighter, everything's bigger. It just like turns up the volume and the vibrance on life because everything's so much better.
Donatella's love group were in the early phases of their relationship, a time when we are preoccupied with our lovers to the exclusion of all else.
When I really fall in love with someone at the very beginning, I ignore everything else.
You can't stop thinking about him. Even, like, I guess waiting around for phone calls is the worst part of it.
I just sat by the phone every day.
You are only interested in the partner, how to meet him or her, how to dress for him or her. So there is an increase in what we call grooming activities.
Like, you want to look your absolute very best when you see somebody, because, I mean, you know, you want them to be absolutely crazy about you like you are about them, and you want to look your best.
So what are the chemicals whizzing around the grey matter that makes a greasy smear on the cheeks so fantastic? When Donatella looked at the blood from her love group and compared it to the singletons and those jaded souls in long-term relationships, she found that her lovers had much higher levels of the hormone cortisol. Oddly, this chemical is a stress hormone designed to make us nervous, which might explain that she loves me not syndrome that so many lovers sweat about. A second brain chemical that went out of whack in the love group was serotonin.
The most exciting finding of our study was that we found that romantic love in the early phase of the relationships present a decreased level of the serotonin system.
Serotonin is, in part, a mood-altering chemical, and the levels Donatella found in her love subjects were so low that if they weren't diagnosed as lovers, they'd be diagnosed as suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder. But there's another shocker on the way.
Men become in some way more similar to women, and women become in some way more similar to men.
And that's all down to testosterone, the hormone that makes men men. Fall in love, boys, and the chemical that gives you your manhood drops away, explaining that sudden interest in female pursuits, like staring lovingly into another's eyes. Women, however, experience a boost in testosterone, which, luckily, does not make them instantly bearded, but does make them want to do things in bushes that we can't show on television.
Don't try this at home!
In a moment, we'll find out why these girls have abnormally long ring fingers. But first, some vintage fun in the test department. Toby is 5 days into an experiment to monitor every aspect of his health, which was great until he started it. However, since that day, it's deteriorated fast. Today, he's convinced he's got swollen lymph nodes, a definite sign of dengue fever. But on double-checking in the learned journals, he realises that that slightly stiff neck could be a symptom of meningitis instead. Luckily, his temperature is normal. But those sweats, could he be having a heart attack? But then perhaps that cramping pain could be a symptom of type 1 diabetes. And with that latest worry, Toby decides a quick urine test is in order. Huh? Blood in the urine. It can only mean, well, at least 85 conditions, some of them quite nasty. But let's check back through Toby's day to see if we can find the possible cause. Ah, beetroot. It seems that Toby could be one of 14% of the population who are beetroic. When most people eat beetroot, the substance that makes it red, beatenin, is destroyed in the stomach. But if scientists are right, the presence of oxalic acid in Toby's stomach means that the beatenin survives to get absorbed by the colon and ultimately dissolved in the urine. The result is an impressive colour, very like red wine, which gives Toby the idea of a rather mean joke. Coming up on Experimental, the boffins from Cornell University who think they've discovered a new way of...
Walking.
Running.
Is like running.
It's like walking.
But first, we go in search of some man digits. Meet Dr. Mark Brosnan, a psychologist at the University of Bath. He's not exactly God's gift to rugby. In fact, he's far more happy lurking in libraries. You could have worked that out for yourself if you'd had a chance to look at his hands.
The ratio of the ring finger to the index finger can potentially tell a great deal about somebody.
That's right. Study someone's fingers and you can tell how much of the hormone testosterone they were exposed to when they were in their mother's womb. Testosterone is the hormone that makes men big, hairy, and square-jawed. But that's not testosterone's only effect.
Exposure to prenatal testosterone is argued to influence the structure of the brain as it's developing within the womb. And that structure of the brain then goes on to inform how we learn and develop in childhood in combination with other factors, but it's provided the building block for what's going on to form the adult brain ultimately.
Testosterone is funny stuff. Not only does a good slug of it in the womb result in the fetus developing what some would call a male brain, but they'll also end up with a ring finger longer than their index finger. Because women in general receive less prenatal testosterone in the womb, they tend to end up with ring and index fingers that are pretty similar in length, and a brain that is less interested in cars and football. Men, on the other hand, tend to have a small difference in the length of the two digits. The bigger hit you got in the womb, and the bigger the difference. It may also be that you'll have developed a brain that is more interested in blokey type things. By now, you're probably looking at your own index fingers and wondering how blokey you are. But look carefully. The average difference between the ring and index finger for a man is only 2%, hence the calipers. And don't worry, ladies. If you find you have a longer ring than index finger, you can still wear a dress. It doesn't mean you're a man. It only means that, like the test department's Melanie here, you may have more of an interest in explosions and other things that men find fascinating. And that's what got Dr. Brosnan thinking. It's often assumed that engineering and physics require a strongly male brain. And if that was the case, you'd expect people working in these sciences to have longer ring fingers than those working in the more, shall we say, effeminate disciplines like the social sciences. To see if this theory held any water, Dr. Brosnan measured the fingers of both sides of the academic divide. 100 digits later, he had an answer, but not the one he expected.
There were some unexpected findings in that the hard scientists, the physicists and the chemists, actually had a digit ratio and the finger length pattern that was typical of females, in that their finger length, their testosterone finger and their estrogen finger, looked to be of a similar length, which counteracted the original arguments that scientists would be extremely male-thinking, would have extremely long fourth fingers. Whereas my research was contradicting that and saying, actually, a great deal of scientists have got very long index fingers, more typical of the female profile.
This was rather embarrassing for the idea that a long ring finger was an indication of a male-type brain. So Experimental decided to commission Dr. Brosnan to measure the fingers of these aggressive little creatures, the University of Bath's women's rugby team. Here, there was no problem. Each and every one had a ring finger that towered over their stumpy little index digits.
4. Okay, that's the Premiership finger.
See? Also means you're mad.
Premiership wife. Also means you're a man.
Not me here and
It does not. I could be a premiership wife.
And indeed, she is conclusive proof that testosterone can give you a male brain, a male finger, but not necessarily a male body. Still to come on Mad Labs, Billy Bunter plays with nettles. And we learn the science of sandcastle building. But first, what not to do at the dinner table. Anu is meant to be cooking lunch at the test department, but is more interested in demonstrating the strange characteristics of custard, a liquid that behaves like a solid. Don't believe me? Well, let's watch him play. After a brief whisk of the cheap powder variety, it's time to test its liquid properties. And I think we can say that custard is quite definitely a liquid. But what happens when you try and turn it into a ball? Suddenly it turns into a solid. What's happening? Well, it's all got to do with these little fellows, starch molecules. So long as the custard is just pouring out slowly, the starch molecules will slip along quite nicely in a liquid kind of way. But make the custard move too fast, and the starch molecules get tangled up with one another, whereupon the custard turns into a solid. As soon as the custard slows down again, the starch molecules untangle, and the custard behaves like a liquid once more. So next time someone tells you not to hit your dinner with a hammer, just smile and tell them it's an experiment in molecular physics. Before we end, Experimental will be doing strange things with pickled onions and attempting to build the ultimate sandcastle. But first...
Hello!
Experimental has come to Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, in search of these two chaps, Binoy Srinivasan and Andy Ruina, authors of a seminal work in Nature on the most efficient ways of moving from A to B on two legs.
Just ridiculous and sounds silly, but it showed that the least tiring way to get from one place to another if you're going slowly is to walk. And the more tiring way is to run.
All so laughingly obvious, you might say. But when they started analysing their findings in a computer model of the human gait, they made a rather interesting discovery. Their models suggested that there was another gait that was more energy efficient at intermediate speeds between walking and running.
It's sort of like a hybrid of walking and running.
It's like walking.
It's like running.
It's like running.
It's like walking.
It's walking, but with an aerial flight face. Now, you can't really know how to do it unless you put one foot in front of the other. That's very important.
Before we reveal to the world the wonders of this new way of getting from A to B without a taxi, we better find out exactly what goes on when we walk and run. A walk is like an inverted pendulum. Your foot lands, producing a force peak like this. It then pushes off, producing a second force peak. The key to walking is that both feet never leave the ground at the same time. When we run, things are a bit different. Apart from heavy breathing, we actually bounce off the ground, flying between steps. On the computer, this results in a single false peak, like this. And that's what got the boys thinking. According to their computer models, there was another possible gait, the pendular run. The legs would remain fairly straight, like in a walk, the heel hitting the ground, the foot pushing off, but unlike a walk, there would be a short hop, where both feet were off the ground. For speed slightly above walking, this theoretical gait was extremely energy efficient. But could anyone actually do it? Well, it took a lot of practice, but eventually the boys mastered it. A new way of getting from A to B was born. But is it any good?
I don't think that this particular research is going to have any direct applications for anybody. It does have a direct application for science in that it helps us understand what is running, what is walking, and it might be that it helps us understand a new gait, which perhaps some people use sometimes.
Experimental disagreed. It seemed to us that getting from A to B faster than walking, but without the puff of running, was a great idea. So we persuaded the profs to hold a masterclass for a man off the street, in the hope that he'd go forth and evangelize this new way of moving.
Relax your upper body and give it a try. Good try, though.
I'm giving up, man. I don't think anybody can do this.
Well, it's not true. I don't know what the this is, but I can do it, and these guys in Michigan can kind of do it, and it seems like you can't do it.
Sadly, it seems we chose the wrong man off the street. In a moment, we'll be finding out how science might help Miss Sandy Feet here avoid this. But first, let's have some pain in the test department. Billy Bunter is in the test department garden doing something very, very stupid in the name of science. He wants to test out a number of supposed cures for common garden stings. And what better person to test them out on but himself? First up, our old friend the nettle. Allegedly, rubbing dock leaves on the sting will give the required relief. And judging from the look on Billy's face, it does seem to help. But why would it? To produce a stinging sensation, the body has to be subjected to either a strong acid or its opposite, a strong alkali. Nettle stings are acidic, so jabbing them with an alkali of roughly the same strength should neutralise the stinging effect. But we think a slightly stronger alkali, like bicarbonate of soda, might work better. Next up, a wasp sting. These are alkali, so don't use bicarb, go for something acidic to neutralise it. Theoretically, nettles might work, but you'd have to get them to sting you only where the wasp stung. Far better, go for something like a pickled onion with its nice, acidic, vinegary sauce.
We'd like to point out that no test department demonstrator was hurt in the making of this film. They blinking well were.
And finally on Mad Labs, beach science. Pretty much everyone who has ever visited a beach will have had a go at building a sandcastle. But there are some, like Sandy Feet, yes, that is her real name, who take things to extremes.
Everybody can build some kind of a sandcastle. It's not rocket science.
Well, it might not be rocket science to Sandy, But you head inland to Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, and to the labs of Dr. Arshad Kadroli and Dr. Azeda Samadani, and it suddenly becomes rocket science. Their work is all about how each individual grain of sand in a sandcastle sticks together. And the key is this: not water, but the way water forms what they call liquid bridges. The ability of water to stick to individual grains and pull them together.
You can do this while you're sitting at home. You can take some spit, lick it a few times between your fingers, and join it with your thumb and take those fingers apart.
If you look closely,
You'll see a little
small cylindrical,
liquid bridge between, in this case, my finger and my thumb.
and that can introduce extra attraction force between grains.
That is a liquid bridge.
It's the surface tension in water that pulls the grains together. No water and the grains of sand will behave just like little balls, which will run freely downhill. Add a bit of water and the liquid bridges form, sticking the grains together. So it's water that makes grains of sand stick together. The big question, though, is how much water you need to create the stickiest sand possible. Too much, and you get an unstable gloop. Too little, and this happens.
Oops.
You might think that a sandcastle falling down is no big deal, but imagine if this was the side of a mountain. Hundreds of tons of earth or sand crushing down into a village. It happens. And studying why it happens on a granular level is the true purpose of their work.
So if you look at the sand in desert, you can see that the angle is much lower, and if you look at the sandcastle, the angles are much higher.
We are trying to determine the basic equations, basic models, which will help us determine the conditions under which granular materials will flow or be stable.
So what is the magic formula for a sandcastle? Well, it turns out that it's 1 part of water to every 8 parts of sand.
They stick to each other, they form those liquid bridges between each other, and effectively the size of the grains now increased, and therefore they cannot flow as easily. So this is a granular jamming.
And what does Sandy Feet think of this application of science to her art?
Well, you know, theory is nice. Labs are nice. We need science to explain our worlds to us.
In the future, we would like to study the real sand and see if you mix water with real sand, what happens, and perhaps you get much higher angles than what we observe here.
We do not quite know how to apply this directly to real sand yet.
For real-world experience, I mean, if you really want to figure out what makes sand stand, you got to get to the beach, you got to get sand in your socks, you got to get dirty.
She's got a point, but you also need people in labs. People who understand why your sandcastle stands up or doesn't. Welcome to Experimental, the science show where people sniff each other and eat worms. Later on, we'll be entertaining in the test department, using radio transmitters to track this little chap, and finding out how to survive in the wilderness with the aid of an aluminium can and some chocolate. But first, let's bend it with Beckham. Experimental wanted to know how top footballers manage to bend the ball so much that when they kick it, the similarly overpaid goalkeeper at the other end can't get his hands to it. Unfortunately, it costs a lot to film the likes of David Beckham, so we filmed this lot from Northern Ireland, Antrim versus Armagh, in the hope that one of their players would bend the ball really, really well, and then we could ask him. We waited and waited.
Nice ball! Oh.
And after 90 minutes, nothing remotely Beckham-like had happened, much to the disappointment of both us and the crowd. So we went off to Belfast Queen's University to meet Dr. Cathy Craig, who spent years studying not only why Beckham shots bend, but why goalkeepers can't get their hands on his balls. It might not sound like the sort of academic research a great brain should be engaged in, but ball spinning is big business.
Spin is really something that is quite difficult to judge, and if you look at lots of sports nowadays, people do use spin to their competitive advantage in cricket and baseball, tennis, all these sports. And like sports manufacturing companies now specifically develop shoes that allow you to put more initial spin on the ball at contact, which essentially will mean the ball will bend more in the air.
Being able to spin a football really well means that you can earn a lot of money. So much that Cathy couldn't afford a Beckham type for her experiment, so she settled on the next best thing, an automatic ball bender. It does everything those expensive silver-clad feet can do, and more.
So spinning balls essentially create something called the Magnus effect or the Magnus force, which disrupts the airflow around the ball. So imagine that the ball is given side spin. On this hit on this side of the ball will cause it to rotate in an anti-clockwise, counterclockwise direction like this. So what happens is the ball heading in this direction, the air will flow faster around this side than this side, pushing the ball back in towards the goal.
This spinning ball creates a pressure differential, the pressure building on one side and reducing on the other. As a result, the ball bends as it heads towards the goal. All very clever, but it still doesn't explain why the bloke with the gloves can't get his hands to it. To answer that question, Cathy teamed up with the University of the Mediterranean to create a virtual bend-it machine capable of bending balls any which way she fancied. All she needed now was a goalkeeper. Sadly, the only thing he has to do is say whether he thinks the ball will go into the goal or not. So don't expect any entertaining dives into the lab wall.
Fun?
Cool.
This experiment was essentially to test the effects of spin in human behaviour. So what are the variables, optic variables, or what do the eyes pick up in terms of information when the ball has spin on it?
After a few hundred spinning balls, there was no doubt about it. Get the ball to bend like this, and the keeper just can't work out where it's going.
We set up like a virtual reality environment where we positioned the ball and then we simulated where the ball would arrive and put spin in the ball, no spin in the ball, and we asked people to make judgments about the future arrival place of the ball. Would it be a goal? Would it not be a goal? So we set up an experiment where balls had trajectories with spin and without spin. Counterclockwise spin and clockwise spin were the two spin variables, and then there was no spin condition. So we had 4 conditions where the ball arrived outside the goal and 4 where the ball arrived inside the goal.
Sometimes it was hard to see, to guess where the ball, if it was going out or not. It was a bit different than actual real life actually working, but it was very close to it, so it was useful and it was cool technology.
She's not 100% sure yet, but Cathy speculates the reason might be this: a monkey. Like ours, its brain is good at working out the trajectories that recur naturally in nature, like the path of this falling nut. But unfortunately for it, and goalkeepers, the strange parabolic trajectory of a spinning football simply does not occur in nature. So its brains, and those of its distant cousins like us, are simply not designed to work out where the spinning ball is going to go. So, in the unlikely event that this County Antrim goalie is ever confronted by a really good spinning ball, the long-suffering home crowd will just have to accept that he never had a chance.
Hello.
In In a moment, we're off to Montreal to meet a man who studies the smell of women's armpits. But first, let's head to the test department for a hot date. Billy Bunter is in a bit of a tizzy. He was so busy with his cold fusion experiments that he totally forgot he'd invited his lady friend over for drinks and nibbles. Hence the panic cleaning, sprucing up, and the application of cheesy music. Phew, all we need now is something nice to drink. A quick chill in this handy freezer. Let's just hope beer is her thing, Billy. Still, at least they'll be cold. A little while later and Billy is giving it his all. But it seems she doesn't want to do any nibbling. Her lips fancy something much cooler. Luckily, Billy is prepared. Cold beer might not be a cocktail, but at least it can be stirred. Which is when disaster strikes. Within seconds, the beer turns to ice. What's happening is a phenomenon known as supercooling. Under pressure, like in a beer bottle, the freezing point of water drops below 0 degrees Celsius. So when Billy pulled it from the freezer, it was still liquid. When he opened the top, the pressure inside the beer bottle dropped. But the beer remained liquid in what physicists call a supercooled state. Billy's big mistake was to stir it. As soon as the stick went in, it provided a point for the ice crystals to form, and within seconds, the whole bottle is frozen. Sadly for Billy, the test department is a very hot place, and the ice soon melts. Still to come on Mad Labs, why birds don't fall off trees when they sleep, the future of food.
Don't eat the wing. You hold the wing, make sure that the abdomen kind of pops out between your fingers, and you just pop the whole thing in your mouth.
And the randiest dormouse in the world. But before that, it's armpit time. Thank goodness we humans are not like dogs. Unlike them, we only seem to use 2 and a bit of our major senses. Sight,
Tom!
sound,
Tom! Hi!
Hi!
And a bit of touch.
Steve.
The only thing we don't do is this: sniff. Or mark our territory with smell. Or do we? Well, according to this chap, Dr. Johan Lundström, a cognitive neuropsychologist from McGill University in Montreal, we do use pheromones.
We know that most species we have looked at, they do use pheromones in a way of communicating. So I think it would be highly unlikely if we humans also do not use pheromones.
You'll find his lab's a bit of a whiffy place to hang out, because each of these tubes is filled with the body odour of one of his subjects.
So again, pen number 1.
His theory is that we retain the ability to identify members of our family and close friends by their body odour, just like dogs do, even if we don't know it. To prove it, he's asked various people to wear cotton pads under their arms, and it's those scented samples that make their way to his labs.
How are you?
Then a brave volunteer is asked to sniff a number of samples. Some close family and friends, some the pong of strangers. The results are remarkable.
Yeah, let's see this one.
Okay. When it comes to picking out your friend, you had 9 out of 9 correct. When it comes to picking out your sister, it was 9 out of 9.
9 out of 9.
And then picking out yourself, you were slightly worse, but still very good. 8 out of 9 times to pick the right body odor coming from yourself.
When subjects were put into a scanner and fed with the whiff of their loved ones, a specific part of the brain lit up. Usually, when we smell something, parts of our primitive brain are activated. The primitive brain is the oldest part, and we share it with all vertebrates, like frogs. Normally, it's this part of the brain that governs smell and emotion, which explains why the whiff of food instantly produces the desire to eat. The scent of loved ones, however, bypasses all this and is processed by higher parts of the brain, such as the neocortex that deal with thinking and attention. So why, if smell is so important, do we spend so much time trying to disguise it?
It's a very interesting question, whether our use of deodorants or perfume actually mask these odors and are taking away a lot of information that we could actually benefit from. But I still would not recommend anyone to stop using deodorants, because not using deodorants and having a foul body odor is by far more negative than not submitting some type of message if you want to pick out a super partner.
And that begs another question. Super partner dogs don't use deodorant, and their sense of smell is said to be up to 10,000 times more developed than ours. So why then do they spend most of their time with their nose buried in each other's bottoms?
Hello.
In a moment, we'll be opening the experimental restaurant in downtown Montreal and going camping with the test department. But first, let's meet Brian. Brian is an ornithologist with a lifelong ambition. He wants to observe a bird falling off a perch when it falls asleep. By night, he watches jays. And by day, he watches owls. But he's never seen so much as a wobble. And this is scarcely odd, because millions of years of evolution have made sure that perching birds do not fall out of trees whilst asleep. It's all down to what's called the flexor tendon, a neat bit of stringy stuff that runs from the back of the leg, over the knee and down under the ankle to above the toes. When a bird goes to sleep, it squats down. The string tightens and pulls their claws together around the twig. The more relaxed they get up top, the tighter the claws become down below. Indeed, some claim birds have even been found dead, still attached to a twig. So, Brian, I'm afraid you're wasting your time.
Don't try this at home.
Before we eat some worms, let's head to the test department for a game of football. Summer in the test department, and our demonstrators have football fever. Lab coats for goalposts, the exquisite precision of a free kick, but of course, there's always someone determined to spoil the party. Still, after some deliberation, the demonstrators hit on an ingenious solution to their problem. It's called a ladder, a simple device that can get anyone from the ground to a roof in seconds. However, this being the test department, simplicity is not the name of the game. Our demonstrators aren't stupid enough to go up a ladder without fully analysing their physical limitations in order to find out the limits of the safety envelope. Still, they need not have bothered with a blackboard. What they needed was this, part of Lawrence Cliff's 287-page seminal work on ladder safety. Deep within its geometry are contained these pearls of wisdom. A ladder should be placed so that the base is 1 metre out per 4 metres up. It can be made slightly more safe by employing a footer. But if they employed a classical 1 foot on the ground, 1 arm on the ladder technique, useful if you want to eat a sandwich, they'll actually make things more dangerous. This unsteadies the ladder and makes it more likely to flip. According to Clift, the best way to foot a ladder is this. Place both feet on the bottom rung as far apart as the ladder will allow, and then remain as still as possible. Do this, and you can safely get your ball back. Time and time again. Still to come on Mad Labs, a dormouse hunt in the south of England. But only if you can stomach this next item. Here's a question. What's a more environmentally sustainable form of protein? This or this? Well, the answer, according to nutrition expert Patrick Owen of McGill University, is the bamboo worm.
Extremely high nutritive value, very high in protein, about 53% protein. Compare that to 20% beef. has almost all the vitamins and minerals that you need. It really is such a really nutritious food.
Half the world has no problem with eating things like bamboo worms or insects like crickets. But in the West, well, the thought of eating a bug is enough to reintroduce yourself to your last meal pretty fast. And that's why Experimental has travelled to Montreal.
Now it's time for dessert.
We want to see if we can help Patrick persuade a bunch of lily-livered Canadians to tuck into a 3-course insect, worm and bug meal.
I've travelled in parts of the world, Papua New Guinea, some parts of Africa. They just relish eating insects. For them, it's delicacy. Welcome. Nice to meet you.
So let's welcome our guests to the Experimental one-night-only restaurant, where all the ingredients are guaranteed to be as offensive to the Western palate as possible. And the starter is crickets.
So you don't eat the wing. You hold the wing, make sure that the abdomen kind of pops out between your fingers, and you just pop the whole thing in your mouth, remove the wings with your teeth. Bite them off until the wings are left in your hand.
With the leg?
Yep. Whole thing.
Salty.
You have to eat the head and everything. You just ate the abdomen.
I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay, we've proved that a Westerner can eat an insect without throwing up. But are they any good for you?
Weight for weight, they have at least the same amount of protein of beef, if not more. What's more important too is the quality of the protein. So it has all the amino acids that are lacking in other foods. So just by eating crickets, you're going to have a complete source of protein.
The other big advantage of eating crickets is their efficiency. Although some people eat a lot of them, cows are actually really bad at converting grass into meat. For every kilo of cow you eat, the cow has had to eat 10 kilos of grass. Your average bug manages to convert 50% of what it eats to protein. All pretty impressive. But if you really want to get into the Protein Super League, you're going to have to stomach the bamboo worm. Weight for weight, it's more than double the protein of beef. And they're pretty popular in some cultures. But will any manage to get as far as a Western gullet? Fantastic. But remember, these are extreme gastronauts we're looking at here. Nutters who know no taste fear. The chances of your average Western lard ass giving up the burgers are slim. Well, not according to Patrick.
Think about how we've evolved in terms of our taste according to our culture. 10 years ago, we would have been disgusted with the thought of eating raw fish.
The man's got a point. In the UK alone, $25 million worth of Japanese food is consumed in restaurants each year, much of it in the form of sushi. So what are the chances of worms being the next big thing?
The look is definitely what sets you off, but the taste of it is definitely good. So if it wasn't so, I don't know, scary. once you overcome the first fear, then you're okay. It's fine.
Whatever they may think, we all might have to get used to eating creepy crawlies in the future.
What we will be facing is a protein crisis. I mean, beef is taking up a lot of the Earth's resources, right? We have to clear up a lot of forests to make way for cattle.
Insects and worms, on the other hand, can thrive in diverse ecosystems, producing proteins and other nutrients far more efficiently than those cud-chewing monsters.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, but perhaps it's the worm inside that's actually the reason.
Before we leave you, we'll be meeting the saviour of the not-so-common dormouse and tracking down one of the reasons for its demise. But first, let's go camping, test department style. Are you getting bored of lighting a fire using a match? Well, here's a more interesting way, because we're going to be lighting a fire with a tin can and a bar of chocolate. So how's it done? Well, first, you break up a piece of the chocolate. And of course, you need to test if it really is chocolate. Then use what's left to polish the bottom of the aluminium can. It takes a while, but in about 20 minutes you can turn the can into a pretty good mirror. Now all you have to do is focus the sunlight onto some tinder wood. With a bit of patience, you'll get a roasting hot fire going. OK, so it's not as quick as a match, but it's a much more satisfying way of getting your buns toasted. Experimental has travelled down to Dorset in the southwest of England in search of one of Britain's most important indigenous mammals. No, not llamas, they're from Peru. No, we're after a beast so rare that few ever get to see one, and, well, nor did we. Luckily, we're just down the road from Paynton Zoo. It's full of common species, elephants, zebras, and all those run-of-the-mill type animals. But hidden deep within, under the watchful eye of Julian Chapman, head mammal keeper, they've got what we've been looking for. The finest example of his species, known as Big Daddy. And here he is, Muscardinus avellanarius, better known as the common dormouse, or perhaps more correctly, the exceedingly rare dormouse.
What's happened with the dormice is over the years since, for example, the Second World War, probably about 60% of woodland's been felled and ridiculously large amount of hedgerows have disappeared. And these were the places that the dormice lived in.
The zoo, along with many others, is trying to reintroduce the dormouse, partly for its own sake, and partly as an indicator of the health of the wider ecology. Happy dormice mean happy plants, insects and birds.
By using the dormouse, which everybody thinks is cute and cuddly and very friendly, and they are important as a species, but by using those, we then save the whole woodland and the whole of the hedgerows, which have really been hammered since the Second World War.
The idea is to use Big Daddy as a stud to produce as many baby uber dormice as possible, which will be released into the wild and monitored over the coming years. So let's see if he can cut the mustard.
Well, this is the daddy's mate. He's about to put them together, and hopefully they'll get on well, and we shall, after that, we shall just lead them to it, I think.
Hello.
Ah, well, let's face it, they have only just met, and there aren't cameras about. But with luck, this marriage will produce dozens of dormice ready for release. But before they go, each will be fitted with a microchip to aid tracking. So a little bleep will tell you exactly where they are, even if you can't see them. Armed with a receiver, Experimental headed into the Dorset countryside once more. Sure enough, we soon had a bleep. At last, the chance to see one of Britain's rarest mammals in its natural environment. Ah, perhaps not. Sadly, it seems that the mouse we were tracking is one of the 275 million creatures that end up inside the gut of domestic cats each year. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that makes slugs crawl on razors and explains why women cheat on men. In a moment, we'll be off to Japan to give fish a little acupuncture before they're eaten, tasting the strongest chili in the world, and having one of those fantasy moments with the bloke off the bus. But first, let's find out why women fancy thugs once a month. Liverpool, England, famous for its football, cathedrals and music. Yeah, it's the hometown to the Beatles and all that love, love me do stuff. And that's why Experimental has come here. We're looking for love, but not at the Cavern Club. We're heading up to the university to find out why it is that women change their minds about the one they love once a month. Meet Rob Burris of the University of Liverpool.
There has been some research that's shown that women, when they are in the most fertile phase of their cycle, are more likely to go out to a singles nightclub without a male partner and to go there in more revealing clothing. And women have also been shown to fantasize more about men who aren't their partner, and also to sleep with men who aren't their partner more frequently during this fertile phase of their cycle.
That's right, boys. Once a month, that normally loving partner of yours may think about straying, especially if she sees something big or butch. Apparently, this is totally understandable, according to Tamsin Saxton, a behavioural biologist at the university.
In evolutionary terms, when you're picking a mate, you're picking somebody who can help you have healthy children. And that you're looking for two distinct things. One of them is somebody who can give you resources, so who can maybe provide you with presents or money, or give the same sort of things to your children. And the other is somebody who can give you healthy genes, because if your children have healthy genes that can deal properly with the environment, then they're going to grow up and be healthy and strong themselves.
That's right, guys. Women want two things, even if they don't know it. On the one hand, they want a man who's going to stick around and change the nappies. But once a month, it seems they're only interested in one thing: hunky men that will produce hunky children, even though they'll never be around to push the pram. And it seems it's not just women who can spot a rugby shirt once a month. Rob Burris believes that men, too, have a subtle biological clock that changes as their partner nears ovulation. To prove it, he created a number of faces, which he hoped would typify the extremes of masculine and feminine features found in male faces.
A masculine face is usually typified by quite a strong jawline, thinner lips and a wider nose, generally lower down eyebrows. And conversely, a feminine face will have the opposite features, so larger lips, a thinner nose, a bigger forehead, bigger eyes. And during the most fertile phase of a woman's menstrual cycle, she'll be more interested in masculine-faced men, while during the rest of her cycle, she'll be more interested in feminine-faced men.
So that's the women. But do blokes become more interested in masculine faces at certain times of the month too? To find out, Rob took a group of men who were in relationships and tested their ability to notice the masculine features in the photographs.
And we just got these men to rate the faces, rate these composites for dominance on a scale of 1 to 7. And then we're able to compare between men whose partners were in the fertile phase and men whose partners are in the non-fertile phase, the average scores they gave to these dominant and submissive faces.
He found that men, like Steve here, were more likely to notice the more masculine faces in the pictures if their partners, like Julie, were ovulating, suggesting that a subconscious awareness of their partner's fertility has set them on a course to become jealous of these potential love rivals.
Jealousy can be a very useful thing, but it can also be very dangerous. So if a person's overly jealous, then that can lead to their relationship being dissolved, and of course no one wants that. So it pays men to be most sensitive, most jealous, when their partner is most likely to cheat.
So be warned, girls. If all of a sudden that ugly thing in the rugby shirt looks great, he won't in a day or two. Worse still, if you make a move, that normally placid boyfriend of yours might get all butch and do something silly. Still to come on experimental, super fresh sushi in Japan, and what not to do on an electric fence. But first, the test department will attempt some vivisection. Poor old Billy Bunter has had an accident shaving. Still, while swooning under the tender ministries of his lady friend Karina, he has an interesting thought about razor blades. It can be summed up in this simple question. If you take one slug and ask it to crawl across one razor blade, will there be one slug or two at the end of the process? Shall we see? First, is a razor blade sharp enough to cut a slug in half? Well, if it can do this to a piece of chicken, then the answer should be yes. Next, we need some apparatus, in the form of the Slug Tester 3000 machine, a simple construction of two platforms connected by a razor blade. On one, we shall place a fine example of the species Arion hortensis, or garden slug. On On the second, we place a piece of its favourite food, lettuce. Now, will our slug brave the razor blade in search of the lettuce? It's a tense moment, but after a brief examination of the blade, the slug is off. The reason a slug is not cut in half by the blade is because it never actually touches it. Slugs secrete a sticky mucus which they glide over. So although our little slug here can go over the razor blade quite happily, it's actually cheating. In a moment on Experimental, the source of the world's strongest chili. But first, a bit of sushi acupuncture. Fish is more than just a food in Japan. They're a national obsession. They like them fresh out there, so fresh they don't even bother with the cooking bit. They just chop them up and serve them out. But that's not enough for this man, Toshiro Orabi. He wants his fish so fresh, they all but swim onto the plate.
When I went to Osaka, which is a big city, I could never eat the fish there. Because I grew up next to the sea in a fishing town with beautiful, clean waters, I was afraid of the fish in the city.
Orabi believes that even if the fish are transported alive and kept in restaurant tanks, the stress they are under taints their flesh, making them, in his opinion, inedible. One day, whilst watching TV, he had one of those rare eureka moments that most inventors can only dream about. The programme was about acupuncture, and he remembered back to when he used it to ease a back problem. The needles had certainly relaxed him, and perhaps they could have the same effect on the fish too. Although it's hotly contested, some Western scientists believe that acupuncture works on the central nervous system, closing off certain neurological gates and blocking the pain impulses from parts of the body. It's widely used as a form of anaesthetic in China, and Orabi wondered if you could adapt it to keep fish in a state of torpor whilst they're being transported.
So I needed to know the basis of fish biology and how they live. When I knew all that, I just had to try spiking them, here and there and, well, all over. After I tried it on 2,000 fish, I eventually found the right point.
His technique has been so successful, it's led to a whole industry.
I'm using the needle on this fish to put it to sleep, but it's a company secret, so I can't show you how. There you go. So, just like that, it's now asleep. But it's not dead. It can still move its mouth and gills.
Although more like an aquatic frontal lobotomy than the sort of acupuncture we humans subject ourselves to, Orabi claims that his technique is based on the same principles as the Chinese art, and simply puts the fish into a state of torpor. We wanted to ask the fish, but he put the lid on the box before we could. The reason Orabi spikes his catch is that once knocked out by his needle, a sleeping fish can be transported anywhere in the world, but remain so relaxed that their flesh tastes exactly the same as it would if it had been plucked out the sea that morning. And well, it could do. It's long been known that stress has a huge effect on the quality of pork and beef. A relaxed animal will have a lot of sugars in the form of glycogen in its muscle fibres. If the animal is ill-treated or gets a fright just before slaughter, its increased muscle activity causes a sudden drop in the glycogen, and results in pale, flavourless meat. The same may well be happening with fish. But if so, will the flesh of Urabi's needle-relaxed fish taste any better? Well, there's only one way to find out. We decided to put Urabi to the test with an experimental taste challenge. The fish on the left has had the acupuncture treatment. The one on the right has been taken from the restaurant's storage tank. Will he be able to tell the different fish apart?
OK, let's give it a try. This one first. This is my fish, and the one here is the standard fish.
Well, on the basis of that extremely scientific test, I think we've proved that spiked fish do taste better. Still to come on Experimental, the world's hottest chili. How to imagine yourself doing this, and how to light a fire with water. But first... It's an idyllic day in the countryside and you're out with the kids for a walk. Suddenly, your little lad wants to get a bit closer to nature.
Go behind the bushes, son.
And evermore, you're racked with guilt. Because you never told him about the dangers of peeing on an electric fence. But just how much damage would little Johnny have done to himself? Here, in the test department, we're trying to find out. Meet little Johnny number 2. A slightly modified shock dummy with an anatomically incorrect appendage. The idea is to measure the amount of current that would reach the delicate bits of a real live Johnny, hence the crocodile clips and voltmeter. So, we have a surrogate human. What about the wee-wee stuff? Where does that come from? Well, the test department does have a ready source, but for reasons of taste and decency, we cannot show it. So now for the experiment. A stock fence is capable of giving a whack of up to 10,000 volts for around 0.3 milliseconds. But just how much of that voltage will be able to travel up our sample and hit Johnny where it hurts? Let's see. Oh! Little Johnny just got a jolt. Not enough to kill him or even do any lasting damage, but more than enough to make him walk to the public toilets in future. In a moment, we'll be camping with the test department and sniffing in Canada. But first, let's find out who it is you share your body with. Bobby here is a fairly typical Western male. He's about 6 foot tall, and his skin covers an area of about 2 square meters. That's about the size of this blanket. Although Bobby considers himself Mr. Clean, he shares his body with quite a few others. His hair will almost definitely be infested with microscopic follicle mites, despite the shampoo. His mouth will have about 100 species of bacteria living there, despite the toothbrushing. Go deeper, and you'll find his gut contains trillions of bacteria. On the outside, his skin is home to about 1 million bacteria per square centimetre. But don't worry, Bobby, most of them are friendly. And there is one place in your body where there is no bacteria. It's inside your bladder. Despite its dirty toiletry associations, urine is usually completely sterile because your kidneys filter out all the nasties. Before we leave the experimental labs, there's still time to find out what to do with a dampened campfire and experience a few smelly fantasies from Canada. But first, to the heat of the subcontinent. This little green shriveled thing is believed to be the hottest chili in the world, and this is Patrick, who rather stupidly is going to eat it. Whilst our hapless tester is being put out, we figured it would be a good idea to try and track down the source of this killer chili. We had hoped this would mean a ticket to an exotic location in the tropics. But it turned out to be a trip down the road to green and grassy Dorset in southwest England. That's right, these humble polytunnels house what is claimed to be the hottest chili in the world. The Dorset Naga, a chili so hot that it almost qualifies as a chemical weapon. But who'd grow these tongue killers? These two, Joy and Michael Michał.
We didn't try to grow the hottest chili in the world. It just sort of worked, and it's as I say, it's the best kept secret in the world. Only Joy, me, and 60 million Bangladeshis knew about it, really.
It all started when Joy and Michael bought their first Naga seeds from this man, local greengrocer Mr. Khan.
Naga chili come originally from Bangladesh. You cannot get it anywhere else, and they are really, really, really hard. I know them for more than 15 to 20 years, and they're very hard, but despite the hard, they have some nice flavor, which is we people like it, you know.
Mr. Khan's Naga seeds seemed to like the Devon soil. They grew big and strong and were soon sprouting strange shriveled fruits that to an aficionado are most pleasing to the eye.
This is what, for me, is the ideal Naga that we want. Sort of long, thin, wedge-shaped. For me, it's an incredibly attractive chili. The trouble is, there's a bit of beauty on the beast. It's lovely to look at, but it really is hellish.
So hellish that Michael and Joy decided to send their chili to America for official testing on what is known as the Scoville scale. It's the chili equivalent of the Richter scale for earthquakes, starting with 0 for the sweet Italian pepper and ending up at 16 million for pure capsaicin, the chemicals in chilies that gives them their hotness. It was invented by Walter Scoville in 1912 and is based on a panel of testers tasting chili essence in a sugar and water solution. The idea is to keep diluting the chili until the taster can no longer taste any trace of it. Normally, the test is done with a panel of 5 testers, but with Patrick still being cooled down outside, only Horace was prepared to do the tasting. Amazingly, his results were much the same as those from America, where the Michałs claimed they got a rating of 970,000 Scoville units. This would make the Dorset Naga over 300 times hotter than the jalapeno pepper, and almost twice as hot as a habanero pepper, which scores a paltry 500,000 Scovilles. However, it's still not quite as strong as the pepper spray used by some police forces. That clocks in at over 2 million Scovilles. So you have been warned. Yet to come on Experimental, this woman lounging about on the sofa. But first, let's sizzle in the test department. Being a freezing cold day, this little test department demonstrator has decided on a spot of Girl Scoutery, with a crackling fire and a sausage on a stick. Unfortunately, there's always someone out to spoil the fun. But wait a mo, you can put out a fire with water, but you can also light one with the good old H2O. Unfortunately, you also need the sun, which is conspicuous by its absence. So we've decided to cheat with a rather large light. Good, let's get on with the demonstration. First, whack a stake into the ground. Then, fill a plastic bag with the wet stuff and tie up the top, so you've created a bubble of water, which you can then hang from your stake. With a bit of tweaking, you should be able to use the water bubble as a lens to focus the sun's light, just like a magnifying glass. Enough to start a fire. And it works in practice too. Look, there's some smoke and yes, amazing. We have fire. Well, no, actually. Although it worked fine in rehearsals when the sun was out, it clouded over when we went to film and our big light simply wasn't strong enough to light our fire. So our demonstrator had to revert to that well-known chemical reaction called a match.
This is completely unacceptable. Either you do an experiment properly, or you don't do it at all.
Don't try this at home.
What it does is it creates a
prototype robotic film.
What's the difference between reality and imagination? Is thinking about a bottle of champagne? Or a nice fur coat? Or even that bloke from the bus? The same as really having that bloke from the bus. You don't think so? Well, you might be wrong. You see, according to the work being carried out at the Montreal Neurological Institute in Canada by Dr. Yelena Georgievich, as far as the brain is concerned, real and imagined are pretty similar, at least when it comes to olfactory imagery, or smells.
Basically, our main goals with the brain activation study was to see what regions in the brain are activated with olfactory imagery.
The team believed that the same regions of the brain would be involved whether we were thinking of the smell or really smelling it. To find out, they stuck their subjects in a PET scan and gave them a whiff of something like
strawberry.
Only Dr. Georgievich had a trick up her sleeve. Sometimes there was no smell of
Pine.
But when hearing the word pine, amazingly her subjects not only smelt it, but their brains reacted in the same way as they would have had the smell really been there. So it seems our brain can faithfully recreate the scent of a nice new coat, but can it recreate its feel, or for that matter, the feel of the bloke from the bus with the same effect? Does the same part of the brain used for real sight and touch light up when they're just imagined?
This was very consistent to what other researchers have found in other senses. For example, in vision, in audition, with the sense of touch.
But why is the brain so good at imagining reality? Well, one idea is that it's the mechanism by which we make sense of the world. We can imagine the rewards for a course of action, and that might spur us on to take that action. But we can also imagine the consequence of failure, and that might deter us from doing something stupid. But as with so much of the human psyche, whilst our powerful imaginations may have evolved to keep us safe, we can also use it simply to have fun. But remember, keep your thoughts to yourself. Welcome to Experimental, the science show that collects earwax and creates boy bands. In a moment, we'll be sniffing a few cows in California, helping Billy grow his hair with stinging nettles, finding out how Nelson's wee-wee got into Toby's wine, and making a mechanical bird or two in deepest Florida. But first, have you ever wondered why Asian women have small breasts? Chinatown in London. The experimental team is getting to grips with a sticky problem. That's right, the earwax of Southeast Asia.
This one.
That one. It's like that.
See that one?
That one? Half.
Half and half. Really? Yes, there's a difference between European earwax and that found in much of Asia. And the world expert on the subject is this man, Dr. Koshiro Yoshiro from the University of Nagasaki. His work with earwax is helping us to understand how early humans conquered the world. Earwax and global domination.
There are two types of earwax in the human being. One is dry type, like this, a powder-like substance that is frequently seen among East Asians. And the other one is wet type, sticky, like this. Yeah? This is common among Caucasians and Black Africans. Yeah, something like this.
Intrigued by this geographical phenomenon, Dr. Yoshiro asked colleagues around the world to collect nail clippings and blood samples from just about every ethnic group on the planet. They analysed the DNA from each sample, fed it into a computer, and looked to find out if there was a genetic difference between people with dry earwax and people with wet wax.
We found that a single gene determines the visible human genetic trait. That is earwax. Yeah, that is surprising, I think. Yeah.
But the amazing thing was the distribution of this gene. It supported a controversial theory on how humans first conquered the Earth.
Well, the human being originated in Africa. They started to move from Africa to all of the world. That was 100,000 years ago.
Somewhere along the line, the dry earwax gene became dominant amongst humans living in China, Japan, and much of Southeast Asia. Then, around 85,000 years ago, something happened which made some of these people cross to North America. The first of the waves of immigration that brought the dry earwax gene at least as far south as Bolivia.
Our experiment showed that the Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, Native Americans, and some Bolivians have a common ancestor. They were living around Lake Baikal 20,000 years ago.
Rather surprisingly, the dry earwax gene is responsible for some other rather personal traits.
Do you use deodorant? No. You don't use deodorant?
No. No.
You don't?
No.
Yep, you've guessed it. In the same way as the gene blocks the production of earwax, it also blocks the production of stinky sweat. This might explain why deodorants don't sell too well in Japan.
Okay, fine. Smelled your under here? No. Okay.
Oh, but Dr. Yoshiro believes that his earwax gene has something even more surprising up its sleeve.
I believe that Asian women have a smaller breast size than other women, for example, Caucasians and Black people. So the size of the breast tissue, I believe that this is related to dry earwax.
But how to prove Dr. Yoshiro's theory?
Could I touch your... Not even just a little bit?
No.
Oh, go on. I'll pretend.
No.
No?
No, don't.
Definitely not?
No.
Still to come on Experimental, how to turn instant boy bands into instant fighter pilots. And how these birds might help them get better planes to fly in. But first, let's see just how stupid Billy Bunter is prepared to be in the name of science. Every now and again in the life of a scientist, young and not so young, one comes across the work of a colleague that will literally change your life. And this is that moment for Billy Bunter. You see, he's just come across US patent number 6596266, a potion to cure male pattern baldness using nettles. It's just what Billy needs. Perhaps that highly strung demonstrator Karina will fall for him with a full head of hair. True to the test department's ethos, why buy it when you can make it, Billy hightails it off to the garden in search of the ingredients, and soon he's boiling it all up and dreaming of a new quiff. But what is male pattern balding? Well, it seems to be a genetic characteristic, and it's caused by the hormone that makes men big and hairy in the first place, testosterone. There are enzymes in the body which change testosterone into another hormone, dihydrotestosterone. And it's this hormone that leads to the hair follicle shrinking and ultimately falling out. There's a chemical in nettles that's part of this potion which claims to prevent the change from testosterone to dihydrotestosterone and perhaps result in a healthy head of hair. So let's see if it works. Ah, well, Billy, if you'd bothered to read the whole patent, you'd have noticed that the required chemical is found mainly in the roots, not the leaves, and is only part of the brew. Coming up later on Experimental, the planet-killing cows of California, and the aeroplane that thinks it's a bird. But first, a tactile vest from Holland. At Experimental, we heard that a Dutch company, TNO, were working on a new system that could help both boy bands and jet fighters strut their stuff. So we headed to Soesterberg in Utrecht, as fast as we could. When we looked through the door, it blew our minds. These three boys only met 20 minutes ago, and already they've got a dance routine worthy of the Eurovision Song Contest. This impressive feat was all down to their attire. This little number, the tactile vest, brainchild of Jan van Erp, with this man, Hendrik Jan van Veen.
The tactile vest is a display for your skin, very similar to the way a monitor or a set of headphones is a display for your eyes or for your ears.
Experimental has come across one or two things like this in the past, a hugging shirt of Rome or the Singapore chicken vest. But this seems to be taking the idea to a different level. These guys are being controlled by a computer, switching on and off more than 100 of these little vibrators. All you have to do is react, and you can dance. Well, sort of. Luckily, inflicting the world with pre-programmed boy bands is not the only use for this tactile vest. Thanks, boys. Jan hopes that his electronics will soon be found in one of these.
Fighter pilot is a very busy pilot. He has to pay attention to many different systems and has to perform many tasks at the same time. Obviously, he has to fly the aircraft when it's not on autopilot. But he also has to deal with lots of different types of information, and it means that his eyes are really occupied by reading displays, looking outside, and doing different things.
By bringing touch into the equation with the tactile vest, Jan hopes to bring another sense to the fighter pilot's weapons. If their eyes or ears miss some vital information, like an incoming missile, a vibrating widget should alert them to the danger.
The principle we're using is the same principle as the one that you're used to, which is a tap on the shoulder. Somebody taps you on the shoulder, you know which way to look.
Well done, Biggles. But what's this chap doing in the shorts? Well, it's just another of Jan's uses for his tickly little vest. By hooking up his vibrators to a GPS system, he's managed to create a navigation device for cross-country runners. No more losing your rhythm checking the map, just keep jogging until a little tickle sends you to the right or left. But whilst controlling butch men with vibrators might get some people excited, it seems that Experimental finds tickling boy bands the most fun.
Don't try this at home.
In a moment, we'll be trying to lift a test department tester with a glass of water, going bird watching in Florida, and sniffing cow whiff in California. But first, let's head to the test department to take mathematics a little too far. Down at the test department, Toby is getting all morbid. It's the birthday of his greatest hero, the British Admiral Lord Nelson, who died over 200 years ago.
Hello. Bonjour.
Still, he's trying to convince Horace that it remains possible to be at one with a great man. Toby's argument is based on the following facts. Every time Nelson breathed out, approximately 2.4 times 10 to the 22, yes, 22 noughts, molecules of gas came out of his mouth. And the fact that there are about 1.04 times 10 to the 44 molecules of gas in the Earth's atmosphere, Toby has worked out that this will mean that approximately 5.4 molecules of the gases that were once in Nelson's last breath will be in each breath of his. Whilst he's feeling a bit chuffed with himself, Horace is doing some calculations of his own. Given the fact that there are about 5.7 times 10 to the 46 water molecules on Earth, and that Nelson would have drunk about 52,000 litres of the stuff in his life, there's a good chance that Toby's glass of wine will contain an awful lot of the atoms that were once part of Nelson's urine. On its way, the ultimate boy's toy, the plane that thinks it's a bird. And fun things to do with a hot water bottle. But first, what's choking the planet? This might seem a green and pleasant land, but it's not. Look up to the hills, and you'll see they're all clouded in the asthmatic's favourite, smog. A nasty mix of gases made up of what scientists like to call volatile organic compounds. Welcome to the most polluted valley in California, San Joaquin. And what's causing all that yellow muck? Well, there are the common suspects, heavy industry plus 6-lane highways choked with SUVs, but there are some who claim there's another villain. It's Daisy the cow, and over 3 million of her ruminating friends who also live in the valley. That's right, 3.2 million cows means 3.2 million bums doing this. According to some, each of the cows manages to push out as much polluting gases as, what, 1 car? 2 perhaps? Well, no. The annual figure bandied about for the output of Daisy's gastric tract is said to be the equivalent of the output of no less than 85 cars. And it's not really her fault. Like any mammal, the amount of wind she produces is influenced in part by her diet, and unfortunately for her, she mainly eats grass, which is one of the hardest foods to digest. So hard that if we saw Daisy in half, we'll find a stomach with 4 parts, each filled with billions of bacteria, which ferment all that green stuff, until they've managed to turn it into something that Daisy can actually digest. And it's all that fermentation that produces the nasty gases that pass from Daisy's front end to her rear end. So far, so repellent. But can we really blame cows for producing all that nasty yellow haze? Well, that's what this man, Frank Mitterlau, from the University of California, Davis, wanted to find out. The figure for Daisy's polluting habits comes from a study done way back in 1938. At the time, they thought the smog was largely produced by methane, and since cows produce a lot of methane, the blame was laid on them. But now we know that smog is made up of a cocktail of volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, and they're found in everything from exhaust fumes to paint or underarm deodorants. And yes, they are found in the stuff that flies out of the back of Daisy.
So what we are doing is we are trying to measure these hundreds of different VOC, volatile organic compounds, that form smog.
Welcome to the world's largest fart chamber, the UC Davis biobubbles. The bovine equivalent of that old jam jar in the bath trick. If you don't understand that, ladies, just ask your boyfriends about it.
We use the biobubbles to house animals to measure air quality impacts. We have one air inlet on the one side and an air outlet on the other side. And the difference between outlet and inlet is what the animals and their waste and the animal feed produces by means of air emissions. So what we're finding is that in general our total emission numbers are much lower, those that are currently on the books.
How much lower? Well, Dr. Mittelauer's provisional results indicate that in 1 year, one cow does not produce the same amount of VOCs as 85 cars. No, it's closer to 10 cars, which is still a lot. But hey, if you want cheese, milk and yoghurt, you're going to need cows. So, if you're concerned about the smog, why don't you carpool, take the bus, or better still, walk? But whatever you do, lay off the beans yourself. Still to come on Experimental, the morphing spy planes of California. But first, to the test department. Water is such fun. Often at test department towers, the team will frolic in it, play with it, and make drinks with it. Sometimes they'll even cook up new and innovative uses for it, like using it to lift a person. How can this happen? Well, as you can see, water on its own is not very good at lifting anything. In fact, it's rather good at allowing things to sink through it. But if we were to put it into this fancy water bladder 3000 machine, and all of a sudden, water's lifting properties are revealed. To get the pressure up, all we have to do is pour the water into this pipe at a great height. There. So why did she rise? Well, it's all to do with the weight of a column of water. Imagine our little tube went all the way to the bottom of the deepest ocean. As our submarine drops into the depths, the pressure of the water increases the deeper it goes. By the time it gets to the bottom, at 10,660 meters, the pressure is a staggering 1,068 kilograms per square centimeter, enough to crush all but the toughest of subs. Even with the pressure of a 3-meter column of water pressing down on it, the pressure in our hot water bottle rises to 0.3 kilograms per square centimetre. Not only enough to lift a person, but also to blow holes in it. Meet Dr. Rick Lind and his team. Big boys with a little dream. The morphing spy plane. They want to make a plane so manoeuvrable that it can fly over a city and ultimately swoop down and into a room.
The real application for aircraft is in urban operations or flying within a city. We can imagine if someone released a dangerous gas in downtown Los Angeles, we could have a small aircraft that could fly throughout the city into parking garages, between alleys, inside of buildings even, to look for this dangerous substance.
The plane needs to be not just small, it needs to be bird-like too.
Our real objective is to build airplanes that actually can do what birds do. They can fly where birds fly and do maneuvers like birds can maneuver.
Aeronautical engineers have always been inspired by birds, but until now most wings have been rigid and fixed, like this. But Dr. Lind's wings are flexible, and for good reason.
We have large airplanes that fly above the cities and high in the sky, but we need airplanes that can operate at treetop level or even car level.
And that's where all this flexibility comes in. It's about making the wing adapt to different situations. In both birds and planes, the shape of the wing determines what the beast can do. Long, thin wings are great for distance flying, but pretty useless when it comes to dodging around in small places. For that, you need short wings, but they're only good for short flights. To make the ultimate flying machine, you need a wing that can change to suit the conditions, long and thin to get you there, and short and stubby to whiz you around. King of the wing change is the seagull.
One of the first things we looked at was what shapes does the seagull change into during its flight. How does a seagull change its shoulders, elbows, its muscles, and its feathers when it wants to land versus taking off? How does a seagull change its shape to fly into a strong wind?
To find out exactly how they did it, Dr. Lind sent out a spy of his own who took thousands of pictures of birds in all aspects of flight.
The
photographs that we're looking for are gliding pictures of birds. So you'll see that as the birds attempt different maneuvers, they'll change the shape of their wings to change the aerodynamics. And this is of particular interest to us because then we can mimic these shapes using mechanical actuators on our morphing airplanes and try to accomplish the same type of gliding capability.
Once they knew the wing shapes they wanted to mimic, the hard part really began.
Well, as you can see, we've installed motors and electronics on the airplane that will physically cause the wing to bend and rotate about the shoulder and elbow, just like a seagull would change its wing in flight.
But the real key to getting a wing to flex like a seagull's wasn't so much the actuators.
Our wing design differs from conventional airplanes mostly because it's a very, very thin wing. Because I have that thin wing, our wings can bend and twist in ways a large aircraft could not.
Okay, but can it actually fly? Pretty impressive. In fact, the boys are so confident that they've cracked bird flight that they're beginning to get a bit more relaxed about the type of birds they're observing down at the beach. And finally, on experimental, a cooking lesson from the test department. Toby here is keen to find out if eating asparagus can make your urine smell of the green-fingered vegetable within 15 minutes. So let's see if it's true. Well, now we've got a sample that, yes, seems to smell of asparagus, let's test it out on a random selection of the great British public. Sadly, the first two seem only to smell that standard urinal whiff. But the third, who does seem to be a bit of a plant, is convinced of the aroma.
Asparagus? Asparagus. I mean, very interesting.
Interestingly, Horace has been in the test department library digging out a few papers on the subject. You see, in 1952, scientists shoved asparagus-tinged wee under the noses of 115 people in the UK and found that only 40% could smell the whiff. The ability seemed to run in families. If you can smell it, it's quite possible, therefore, that your dad and granddad can too, which suggests that genetics might be involved. Even stranger, studies have shown that Israelis and Chinese people are far less likely to be able to smell asparagus in the wee-wee, even when it's definitely there, than Europeans are. However, despite over a century of studies, no one seems to be sure exactly what it is in the asparagus that makes the whiff.